lost, there's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to BSL 15. Yet again, we are in the Asia Championships today. I'm Machine. Joining me is my good buddy here, Nyokin. How's it going, Nyokin?
I'm good, man. I'm excited for these matchups. We know that there's going to be a very look forward to one. It's Zhanhun versus Mihu, and then kind of a surprise in the finals. It's a ZVZ, and we haven't seen that, and we've seen a ton of aggressive play. I'm curious, how many hatcheries are there going to be? Are we going to even have any player with more than one?
Exactly. I was exactly going to say that. Just one apiece, man. We're not getting past that. It's going to be Zerglings versus Zerglings fighting each other in the center of the map. I mean, you couldn't have, said it better. XIaoshuai and DuGu have just been so hyper aggressive. And it's worked out, right? Like, they both won their semifinals matches at 3-0 in pretty convincing fashion to make it to this finals. So, we'll have to see, who's able to come out on top there. But that should be a fun one. And then after that, actually, we have probably the most anticipated match from, myself at least. It's going to be Mihu versus Zhanhun. That TVP between these two Chinese monsters from the previous BSL season. Man, we've got quite the show today, for sure.
Yeah, and then at the very bottom, you can see him, the bus, up against Fengzi. And what's funny about the Zhanhun-Mihu matchup is, thinking back to previous seasons in BSL, I thought Mihu was quite aggressive. And from the players we have today, he's the least aggressive, like actually just the least. His fact, I mean, at least he's getting to 10 minutes, right? At least he's getting to somewhat macro style, whereas we've seen BusTerran, BBS, we saw like Zhanhun yesterday, BBS, we saw BusTerran one base twice, 3 racks versus Zerg. I wonder what he's going to come up with, especially if we get up on Sylphid, because that's where he had the proxy factory that got scouted. I mean, there's all types of shenanigans, apparently, on the Chinese server.
Yep, can't forget J-Star's 2 gates just constantly. I don't think Fengzi, Fengzi's pretty much open 9 pool 90% of his matches as well. It's just hyper aggro coming from these Chinese players here. I really can't wait to get this one started. The first game of the day is actually going to be BusTerran versus Fengzi. BusTerran, of course, Nyoka is just saying he's just been hyper aggro all through this bracket, but he seems to continue to come out on top, taking first in his group to make it to here. He's just been playing a lot of like 8 racks as BBS openers. Fengzi, however, playing some pretty phenomenal matches himself, taking second in his group to make it through this loser bracket here. I'm kind of interested how this one's gonna go.
Yeah, when I was in Korea, I think I played Fengzi 2 or 3 times. I got crushed the first time. The second time, I was the one doing the crushing. And my experience versus Fengzi, his early mid game, I wasn't too afraid of it, but once it got to late game, that's when the monster macro kicked in. So knowing BusTerran's playstyle, I'm thinking, okay, maybe this guy's going to have the advantage specifically versus Fengzi, but if we get to late game, we haven't seen BusTerran late game really. And just simply from my own experience, I mean, Fengzi, it was overwhelming. Like, I'm sure you've watched games where you see like Terran just like it looks like they're in a position, but then they can't keep up. Fengzi has that type of macro. Like it's overwhelming at one point, and then it really shines once we get to like 5, 6 bases. I think if we get there, BusTerran's gonna have big time trouble.
And the first map going to be Overwatch. How does a map like Overwatch play out for late game ZVT?
Well, it's 2-player map, which is good for Terran, but if Terran doesn't get like a mid base or isn't able to get bottom left, I think he's going to struggle here. But early mid game, I really like Terran's chances. But with this screen up, it means that our players are ready. Let's get into game 1 of our first best of 3. It's BusTerran versus Fengzi.
And spawning at the top left as the blue Terran, it's the Bus.
And in the bottom right, our red Zerg, it is Fengzi. I have to say, I think, simply based on what we've seen from BusTerran so far, this map, out of all the maps, this has to be the one that gives him the most advantage. And of course, I say that because you can wall your natural, and behind it, Zerg's gotta have to make a guess on what it is. And you know, every time I see this map, I'm reminded of, I think it was Eon Zerg versus Firebat Hero, where Firebat Hero walled his ramp or walled the low ground, and then he built a command center on the high ground. So Eon Zerg thought it was a one base. Wrong. It was actually an expansion. And versus someone like BusTerran, I think we could easily see that, but not gonna be the case because that's a depot in our main.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised because he did, wall off. I think it was on Vermeer in one of like an earlier series. So maybe just kind of trying to change things up. Both these players probably very familiar with each other's play styles, having been in the Chinese scene for so long here. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and see the first barracks for Terran placed at the top of the ramp, above his natural. Zerg, Fengzi going to be taking a 12 expand. Nothing out of the ordinary here so far from either of our players.
Yep, I saw those SCVs getting queued up initially, and I thought, oh, we're going to see 14 CC, but nope, it is just going to be standard 1 racks. And really what we're looking for here is how many Marines before the command center. Of course, with a 2-player map and seeing that it's hatch first, more than likely he's just going to skip all those Marines. And yesterday we saw him go for a quick gas follow-up, and it didn't necessarily mean that it was going to be tech. We saw him go into an academy. We saw him go into 111. We saw him go into Goliath. So I've got my eyes locked on that refinery that we know is going to be coming down in maybe the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, it seems like he can kind of do it all, honestly. Command center going down at the natural, as you mentioned. Nothing really out of the ordinary from Fengzi other than no drone scout. I feel like you don't see that super duper often here, but I mean, maybe I guess he doesn't really need to. You're kind of taking a risk with a player like Bus that, there is a proxy BBS in the center of the map or something like that, especially on a 2-player map. But it will pay off for him here. He'll get just a little bit of additional mining.
Yeah, but an instant lair, and it is going to be at 2 racks instead of gas. So now all we're really waiting for is how fast is the gas. Is it going to be like 330 gas? Is it going to be 4-minute gas, which is more Mihu-ish style, where he goes for heavy SCV count, doesn't cut, and that is a 315 gas. So this may be ample style, which is stem across the map and go very super low eco and stem and try and get a killing blow before Sunkens kick in, before Mutas kick in.
It's kind of a interesting play, right? Fengzi hasn't really played very greedy so far in any of these matchups. I don't know. Against someone who's just so content with just playing 2-base Zerg Muta style, it's odd to maybe make this selection, but who knows? We'll have to see how it ends up working out. And yeah, you were absolutely right here. We saw that academy going down. Barracks continuing to blink. Fengzi, though, just kind of making his way to that layer tech, putting down that spire. Still gets scouted by the SCV inside the main, and that's a fairly quick natural gas here from Fengzi, so I do think he's just kind of expecting to get to this Mute attack quite quickly. Ling speed finishing up here in a second. That should be able to kill off this scouting SCV.
Yeah, but he got the intel he needed. What he's looking for here is where's the third hatch, because you can see Fengzi has the money. There's no third hatch in the main, which means it's going to be out on the map. And now, BusTerran, if there are Sunkens at the natural, well, he'll scan it and realize, okay, I can't bust there. Then he can just go searching for that third hatch and potentially kill it at the other base, and he supply blocks him. And that's huge because the mutas would have been being pumped out pretty soon, like within the next 30 seconds or so. So that's going to delay that. And look at this. He's got 7 Marines, 2 medics heading out.
Yeah, good movement here from Bus. Good call. Fire Bat's sitting at the back of the natural here, waiting for that Ling run by. 2 Sunkens, though, going down at the natural here for Fengzi, so pretty well timed. But yeah, as you mentioned, Fengzi did go to take his third at that bottom center base. There's actually 2 entrances to it. Yeah, he might just kill him. Oh, Sunken barely up in time here.
Okay, well, Bus needs to loop around for... Oh, see, he scanned bottom left, because that's the most common position, because there's only a single ramp, whereas bottom middle, look at it, there's double ramp, which means it's kind of... Well, it's not kind of vulnerable, it's very vulnerable. And actually, Fengzi's going to get very lucky here that BusTerran doesn't find it. And BusTerran's still okay, he's just going to turn around and save his units, but I cannot understate how lucky Fengzi is to keep that hatchery alive.
Yeah, it's, quite a... He's definitely lucky for that. If he had just moved the Marines to the south side of the map, taken a risk, he probably would have come out with at least a dead hatchery there, or a canceled hatchery.
Well, we've got 5 mutas. Perfect number to one-shot the Marines in a single volley, but that's really good control from BusTerran, minimizing the losses and almost picking off one of the mutalists. Now behind this, he's gone into 3 racks, so he's got pretty good production here. BusTerran's probably wondering where's the hatchery, because you can see he scouted top right, even his own base top middle. No LZ Gamer bases in the Asian region, at least in this game. So really all that's left is mid left and bottom middle. I'm sure he can kind of guess that it's bottom middle now, but
yeah, you got to assume that for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of with you. I'm surprised that's the base that Fengzi ended up taking, with there being 2 entrances. Never a fan of bases with 2 entrances versus Terran, because it just makes it a lot easier if you're able to go ahead and park a couple lurkers on top of a ramp. Like, no amount of Marines can really break up that. But we actually see that Fengzi not even opting for that Hydroden, I don't believe. He's gone immediately into Queen's Nest. This could be greater Spire play out of our Zerg player here.
Yep, I was thinking that also. Greater Spire with Hydras supporting it, and there's the Hydra Den, so that's most likely it. And that means that more than likely Fengzi's getting armor here, and I didn't see whether the eBay's blinking +1 for Terran. You would assume so. Okay, actually his +1's already done, but what I did notice is that nat gas for Bus. It's a decent timing, but he's not going to have like overwhelming amounts of vessels popping out, so he does need to be careful, and he does need to scan it. I realize he keeps scanning bottom left, but he needs to figure out, okay, what is this? Is this typical Defiler, or is this going to be something else? And we know that this is going to be something else. Oh, maybe not. Lurkers.
Yeah. I'm just as confused as you are. I guess maybe he just feels like he has such good map control with the Muta that he can delay that Lurker tech to defend this timing. That's my best guess, but we don't see an Evo yet either, which is a little concerning. You really if you're not going into that all-in like Guardian Hydra timing, you're eventually going to need some carapace upgrades as a Zerg, so he's going to have to get on that fairly quickly here. Defiler Mound going down inside the main. Okay, we do have that +1 armor at least started here for Fengzi. But yeah, this is once again a very big move out from Bus. Ooh, little bit of a slip up there from Fengzi, losing a few Mutalisks. And yeah, Bus out on the map.
But at least he figures out where the army is, I guess. That's the one. Well, okay, well, maybe he doesn't because he just loses them. And he's going to lose those Hydras. He's going to lose a couple more Mutalisks here. Those were badly injured. Now he's going to run over those. He loses like 2 or 3 more Mutas things. He's falling apart. This is the most critical part of the game. He's transitioning to Defilers and Lurkers.
Man, he's getting run over by the bus right now, man. He scans the third finally at 6 o'clock, sees a few Lurkers morphing. And this is a lot of bio. Once again, it could come down to there's 2 entrances to that third base. Bus is really, or Fengzi rather, is really going to need to carefully defend his positioning at the moment.
Yeah, and this is one of the hardest parts about Overwatch is now Terran has massive map control. 3-base Zerg is good, but Terran's not necessarily scared of 3-base Zerg. It's when they get 4 bases that they're super scared. And with Bus taking no damage really, scaling into his mid game, I'm sitting here wondering how on earth is Fengzi ever going to get his bottom left base, which is going to obviously be his 4th base. Like how does he get there with such little control? The vessel count's ramping up. There's no Defiler pressure. There's no Lurker pressure. He's just consistently on the back foot. And meanwhile, Bus ramping up his Rax production. SCV's being sent to top middle. That's going to be a command center pretty soon. And there's double eBay. The science facility was lifted off looking like it might be plopped down to add on for BCs. Everything looking really good for Bus.
Yeah, everything on the flip side of the coin, I don't know, just looking a little delayed from Fengzi. No macro hatch, finally 1 macro hatch going down inside the main, but it's a little later on. Nidus being produced as well to connect the natural and the third bases. And vessels are out on the map, so they're going to go ahead and remove a couple of these Lurkers to start things off. That Defiler tech at least is up, Consume is completed, and I would assume we're probably going to be moving towards that Plague tech here shortly, which is very essential in this matchup.
I want to see the add-on on the science facility, because remember I was telling you Bus, in his Liquipedia, he was known for nuking the hell out of Sai. So we do see that's not the nuclear add-on. It is still going to be the physics lab for the PCs. We've got command center going up at top middle. There's so much control for Bus. I wouldn't be surprised if he even double expands to top right, irradiates for days. He picks off another Mutalisk with them. And look at this, he's got a squad at mid right. He's got the main squad at bottom left. Just making sure that Fengzi can't do anything. I mean, these Mutas might clean up this bio, but those Mutas are heavily softened up.
Yeah, they really are. Between the irradiates and these constant skirmishes with those bio, the Muta force has really been dwindled at this point. I'm telling you what's concerning me as a Zerg player is these vessels, man. They've just gone unhindered so far. They're just kind of being allowed to control the map at this point. Bus is doing a great job keeping that bio group together with these vessels and keeping them alive so that they can continue to trade here. Ooh, nice counterattack though with this small group of Mutas. I guess they're not done yet. This could delay this third base of Bus quite a bit.
Yeah, if Fengzi could have gotten like a Ling Lurker Defiler attack onto the main army while this harassment was going on, it would have been fantastic. Sure, delaying it is great, but it would be nice if he could eliminate the army. Okay, now look at him. He's moving while the attention was drawn to top middle. That's exactly what you should do. And maybe Fengzi can get bottom left now. But remember, that vessel count is at 6. There's definitely not 6 Lurkers at bottom left. And we've got more irradiates just eviscerating these 3 or 4 Lurkers just sitting here.
We need Plague, man. That's honestly what Fengzi needs at this point. Bus is, if anything, getting a little too aggressive, parking this entire ball of bio vessel right outside the base. It's just, I mean, optimal Plague territory here for Fengzi.
Yeah, single Plague comboed with a single Muta could eliminate all of the vessels. But look at that, just barely out of vision. And the Wiggly Boy is going to get to bottom left. And that's crucial for him. Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything else stopping these vessels at this point, right? Like, Fengzi doesn't even have the gas, really, to be able to afford the Scorch it would take to kill this vessel count. He's got to get Plague going. probably should get a Spore at the Nat, Spore at the third, and he's got to start getting some big plagues off.
There's no Nidus here, man, and there's not that many lurkers. There's, I think, 2. They're not even stacked right on top of each other. Look at him, he's looking for the plague. There's the catch-up, but doesn't connect onto any of the vessels. However, Dark Swarm is super annoying to try and pick out those lurkers, so for now, he is going to be okay bottom left. He desperately needs to get a Nidus up there, though, because, you know, Dark Swarm lasts a long time. Doesn't last that long, though. And look at the supply. I just noticed this. Holy moly. He's getting, what's it called in League of Legends? Flame Horizon. He's almost up 100 supply right here.
Yeah, he's just running away with this game. Good work from Fengzi to get that secondary Nidus in time, but I don't think it's going to be enough here, unfortunately. This is going to be a dead base.
Yeah, he's just slightly too slow on it. The Nidus is at 150 out of 250. It's just too much bio. There's no point in this game where I thought, okay, Fengzi had control of the map other than the initial mutas that really didn't do much damage. I guess now he's locked the army in here, kinda. Problem is there's only one lurker.
Yeah, and all the vessels still alive. He's got to get a plague.
There we go.
Okay. At least the vessels are plagued now, right? That's annoying for Bus. He's gonna need to move those home and be able to repair them so that they can continue to gain value. But still, Fengzi is no closer to being able to secure his 4th gas. Meanwhile, Bus already on 4 bases mining. I mean, Bus is just running away with this game.
Yeah, this is an absolute slaughter. And as I was saying, Fengzi, like, his real moment to shine is in late game, and he's just never gotten to it. Like, once he gets into macro mode, I mean, he's a monster. But you can see Bus, oh, that's a juicy plague. Unfortunately, that's not even half the army. That might just be like a 10th of the army. First battlecruiser moving across the map, and if it's comboed with like drop ships, he can easily just eviscerate the main. That was fantastic right there. So many kills.
Gets the drone as well, and that's going to continue to delay that 4th base. Battlecruisers finally in play here, going to be poking away at some of these hatcheries. I mean, at this point, they're almost like extra. Never mind. Well, that BC died. But yeah. Battlecruisers could be quite difficult to deal with, especially without +1 air armor upgrade from our Zerg. You know, they'll just they can keep continuing to pop Scourge.
Yeah. And this is a sign of how much money Bus has. Not only does he have double starport, he's going into more factory production. Think about how much gas a battlecruiser costs, 300. How much gas a vessel costs, and you have the money to go multiple factories. I mean, he's just crushing it in terms of eco. He's still up 100 supply. He still has complete control of the center of the map. He's even posturing to take top right. But you know, a lot of Zerg players tell me if they are able to have like 100 supply, they're still in it. I don't know about that because Bus is killing it in this game, but there are games where slowly but surely Plague Dark Swarm does add up and they do stage a comeback.
It is possible, but I feel like normally you're not facing a 5-base Terran by this point in the game. I mean, Bus really understood that he had commanding map control and took full advantage of it, right? Like, it was a very fast 3rd, a very fast 4th, very fast, 5th towards the right side of the map. Eventually, you mine enough resources, and the Zerg can't mine those, especially on a small map like Overwatch. I don't know. I feel like maybe on a larger map, Fengzi would be able to try to come back, stage some kind of a comeback from behind, but I don't know on this one, man. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, this vessel count hasn't been dwindled at all. Like, those are the first couple vessels that we've seen all game long end up dying. The one thing I would like to see Bus mix in is mix in some fire bats, because right now, it's literally just Dark Swarm and Zerglings holding off his entire army at bottom left. If he could mix in, like, 10 fire bats, which he does have the gas for, he could easily just plow through. And now he's consolidating literally the entirety of his army to bottom left because he knows, I mean, Fengzi's been mining his main and natural almost 20 minutes. He's going to be basically on one base mining at his third as long as he can deny bottom left. And it looks like it's about to die. Again, the Nidus is just slightly too late. 200 out of 250.
Yeah, it's just a little too late, honestly. Ultra's finally really starting to get in play. They have that +4 armor. That's kind of the power spike for them. But it's too late. This is just too much pressure coming out of BusTerran.
Good Dark Swarms, but there's just no lings. There's no lurkers. There's like a single Ultra, like 10 lings, and Terran's max. Zerg still has a decent supply at 111, but doesn't matter. Can't ever get another base, and he taps out. And BusTerran, damn, what a stranglehold that game was.
Yeah, that was vicious, man. He never really let up, never gave Fengzi any kind of an opening. You know, Fengzi, he was doing good things, but, you know, unfortunately lost some of that muta control on, you know, the map there quite early on, and Bus started to run away with it. So well played from Bus, game number 1. With that means it will be Fengzi's map choice going into game number 2. And there's definitely better maps out there for Zerg versus Terran. So you keep mentioning that Fengzi has this incredible ultra late game ZVT, so I'd like to see him play on something like a Vermeer or a Gladiator next against Bus, but we'll have to wait and see what he chooses.
Yeah, if I'm Fengzi here and I know my strengths, 100% it's Vermeer or Gladiator. No 2-player maps, that's eliminating Butter. No Sylphid, because I don't want this guy walling his main, and then I have no idea what the heck he's doing. So I think you're obligated to go one of those 2 maps, or Longinus. However, because of how hard it was for Fengzi, well, I mean, he did get his 3rd base, right? But it was hard to get a 4th base. However, if Fengzi gets a 3rd base on Longinus, on one of the high ground bases, I mean, he does have double gas. And double gas, 4 gas Zerg, that's a big difference between 3 gas Zerg. So maybe we could see Longinus.
Yeah, you know, you bring up a good point. I think Longinus could be a good call. I mean, 4 gas, even that like mass muta style mid-game ZVT with 4 gas can be quite interesting. But actually, it's going to be none of those maps. It'll be Monopoly here, 3-player map for game number 2. Kind of an interesting pick from Fengzi. Obviously, neither of us called this one, so we'll have to wait and see what he has in store. But with that, we are ready to get into game number 2 here of Bus versus Fengzi. Let's see it. And spawning at the bottom left of Monopoly as the blue Terran, we have Bus.
And in the mid-right, our Zerg, it is Fengzi. You know, this is an interesting pick. Not a ladder map. I mean, it's an ASL map, but how often does this guy practice on it? You know, I don't know. However, it is a 3-player map. And obviously, Zerg always taking their 3rd base faster than Terran. So if he can take, like, the low ground at top left, I guess it would kind of give him an easy access 4th base and the top left main. One thing about Monopoly that we've talked about before is if you're caught out of position on this map, right, like it's hard to, you know, retreat back and try and recover. Whereas with Nidus, if you're caught out of position, well, you can just Nidus across the map. So I guess this is I actually do kind of like this map for Fengzi, I guess.
Why would you take the low ground natural top left as opposed to the main? Just a question.
Well, I guess kind of like Revolver, right? Like if you secure the nat, well, then all of a sudden you can take the main, like pretty easily. Like instead of taking the high ground and then trying to have to push lurkers down with the Defiler, you can just instantly take the 4th base behind it. Now, speaking of interesting, is this BBS? Is that a 2nd? No, that's a depot. That's an interesting wall, though, I have to say.
Yeah, it's going to be a Barracks first 8 racks from Bus. He definitely something he's shown in prior matches here. In fact, I was joking about it because if you watch any of his group, it was literally every game. You know, like really, he's only kind of been playing normal through the playoffs here. But either way, I think this is kind of a, you know, it's a nice way to open here. There's really not a whole lot of distance from natural to natural on this map, and it might pay off for him here. Oh, it does get scouted though by the scouting drone. Sees the Marine running across the map here, so we'll see if drones are pulled in time. Ooh, Overlord over the natural will spot this bunker being produced.
Yep. And as you mentioned before, rush distance is very close. Look, the 2 Marines are already here. The 2 SCVs have already synced up. This is only a 6 drone pull. For sure, Bus can kill multiple drones. I think Scan has mentioned if you can get 3 drones, that's what you're looking for. You're pretty much even at that point. More than that, you're way ahead. And he does not get a single one. Okay, finally he gets one, but he loses both of his Marines. And what a shutdown by Fengzi this was. However, he's got to be careful. More Marines rallying.
Ooh, second drone going down. This is looking slightly better, but that hatchery is up. Those Zerglings are in production here. And yeah, it looks like BusTerran going to have to back off. Now, behind this, there is no gas, right? Like, we're used to seeing the 8 racks into, like, a factory opener or something like that. It looks like Bus is just content with expanding at this point.
Yep, he is just going to lift his racks and put it into the position where he can completely wall off. I was going to say before he did that I really like that racks position, and the reason for that is with the 8 racks he could just continuously pump Marines. He wouldn't waste any time lifting, and he would just have like a ton of Marine medic constantly produced out of one barracks. But now he's lifted. I mean, it's not a big deal. He probably lost 1 Marine for lifting like that, but now he can power really hard off of minimal defense. We see he instantly took his gas behind that, and he still has a decent command center timing. Like, look at this gas. This was like a 340 gas, and he's going straight into Academy off of an 8 racks. I mean, that's pretty damn fast.
Yeah, that's very damn fast, actually. I kind of like the Academy opener better here because of, once again, just the rush distance, right? That's always the big factor when trying to defend something like an Academy timing. Is like, hey, you got to recognize it, which you can't really with this full wall off, right? There's not really great placements for Overlords to be able to see anything. You see that second barracks going down in the main. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see how prepared Fengzi is for this potential Academy timing here.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get a gauge on this Academy relative to the Spire, because I think the Spire is 1:40 seconds. It started at 4:20, so that puts us at about a 6-minute completion. Factor in mutas being produced, we're looking at 6:30 mutas or around there. And I think Bus, even though his Academy is much later than the last game, I think it's basically similarly timed, where if he moves out again with 7 Marines, 2 medics, if he can find this base at top right, which it looks like he will, I think this time around it could be a cancel.
Yeah, it very much could. SCV going to that third base location, Fengzi not opting to take the other main or natural. So this will just be a single third base from him. And here we go, BusTerran moving out.
Yep, there he goes. And Spire was 80% done, 90% done. So I'm looking at the exact timing. It looks like Spire's about 90 seconds. So not as long of a build time as I thought, but BusTerran, he's moving out. However, those mutas are going to complete, and I think actually he will hold this because it is only 7 Marines. However, Fengzi is only going to have like 4 or 5 mutas, but he cannot lose any Marines like that. He bleeds off 1, and losing 1 out of your 7, that's a huge deal.
Yeah, that's a big deal here. Fengzi should be able to clean this up now. And now this is going to be less DPS on the hatchery, so Bus will be less likely to kill it here. He's got to get these Marines in a really good position here, tight ball, and focus fire, individual mutas. Here we go. But Fengzi, just perfect control. I don't think he's even lost a muta.
Yeah, he ends up saving all of them, and that was a complete cleanup. And Bus is in a world of hurt now. Oh, actually, maybe he's not. Look at his SCV count relative to the drones. It's at 32. Pretty healthy SCV count. I thought he had cut more than that, but it looks like he hasn't. And again, he's gone into 3 racks, so he's got a lot of production. However, losing those 10 units or so, it does hurt. It's going to alleviate a lot of pressure. I wouldn't be surprised to see Fengzi really power drone like we saw yesterday versus J-Star.
Yeah, I think that's honestly the key. And a player of Fengzi's caliber is going to be able to recognize that, right? Like, you don't kill an entire Bioforce and you know, and not think, oh, okay, that went pretty well. Like, I'm in a good spot. So I think he's just going to be droning at the moment, like you said. And at the same time, this initial Mutaforce still able to pick up quite a few kills here. Wow, very nice controlling here out of Fengzi. And that's going to be a supply block for our Terran.
Yeah, and funny enough, if he had have gone for the throat here, gone for what like DuGu was doing yesterday, just flooding Lings, he probably would have instantly won this game because it was just 4 Marines for defense. But as played, turrets and Marines are going to try and defend this. Look at the control from the Mutalisk. There's 2 Marines left, and that's it. A single turret, it falls also. Now the SCV line is completely vulnerable, and I think we may see a tap out from BusTerran pretty soon. He can't even mine his main. His factory is not done. That means there's obviously no vessels anytime soon. And the Muta count is still at 9. Another turret gone.
We're seeing more Muta flooding across the center of the map as well. I think Fengzi smells blood here. He's just going to go for the kill.
Yep, still 7 Mutas. He's got his 3rd gas running. He's got multiple drones at top right also. Needs to mine with them. But it's like 15 Mutalisks versus 4 Marines. Not a single turret completed. Goodbye SCV, goodbye SCV, goodbye another turret. And it's just a matter of time now. Look at how fast those Marines die.
Yeah, they're just getting shredded at this point. We got that +1 attack here for Fengzi, so I can't see Bus holding this.
Brutal. It is absolutely brutal. He's trying to get his starport up, because if you can get a vessel out, I mean, you can easily shut down Mutas. Just, he's never going to get there. He has no money. He has absolutely no money. Every time he tries to build a turret, not only does it not get canceled, the SCV's dying also. So all these SCVs here pretty much not mining at all.
He's not even able to mine gas, right? Like, he can't mine the gas in his main, doesn't have the gas at the natural, so, I mean, he can't even afford vessels at this point. There's really no transition.
It's just too much damage. Ridiculous amounts of damage from just a handful of Mutalisks. I mean, he's trying his heart out. He's got the production, I guess. He's got 3 racks, but it's 20 Mutas, man. And he's just swapping out the hurt ones every single time.
Yep, allowing those hurt ones to regen. Ooh. Here we go. He has grouped up another flock of these Mutalisks, and we'll be moving in to try to continue denying more and more mining, kill off these Marine forces. Ooh, nice pickup there for Bus. But it's just too much.
Yeah, if Bus was to win this game, I don't know. Like Fengzi's internet would have had to gone out. I mean, look at this. He can't even afford the 2nd starport, so he canceled it to build his science facility. And behind this, as we stated, Fengzi is droning. He's at 36, but there's the GG finally, and that is going to be Fengzi tying up the score 1-1.
Yeah, I was a little, you know, I don't want to say concerned, but I was surprised at the map selection, you know, at the start of this, obviously, but ended up working out pretty well for him. He had a plan going into Monopoly, and the plan was just make Mutalisks, I guess, and that was good enough.
Yeah, well, it could also have been like, well, I don't think you play this map. You know, like, if you don't play, even if you only have like 1 or 2 games experience, the other guy doesn't play the map at all. I mean, I guess you got a slight advantage, right? I mean, you really don't know, but I thought it was going to be taking the 3rd base, taking the 4th base. We didn't see that at all. And in fact, he didn't even take the 3rd base that I was expecting. So regardless, win is a win. Put it on the board. But now the Bus has got his pick. And I don't see how it could be anything other than Sylphid. Like, it seems like he likes to really mix it up there, and you got to be very careful versus him. So I imagine that this has to be Sylphid, unless Fengzi's like banning it. Like, that's the only way I can see this not getting picked.
Is this because of the wall off?
Yeah, the wall off. Like, you've seen him wall off every time, and versus somebody that likes to mix it up, I love any map that can wall. We know Butter can wall, kinda, but it's a 2-player map. Like, you're gonna insta-scout, whereas Sylphid, you're not necessarily gonna insta-scout them. You also have to factor in it's a 3-player. They could miss-scout. They could send their lings, right? Like yesterday, and get lucky and find the factory in the middle. I think this has to be Sylphid. I just can't imagine it being anything else.
I was gonna say Butter, but I don't even know why I was gonna say Butter for BusTerran here. I guess we'll have to wait and see which one it is. But yeah, I guess you're right. He did pick Sylphid last time.
Whoa!
And we're all thrown off. It's actually gonna be Vermeer. Giant 4-player map. Definitely the map that we thought Fengzi should have picked for Game 2. But either way, you know, this is just a great map for all-out macro ZVT games. Also a map where, you know, Bus is going to have that wall off available at the natural. So maybe that's a big factor of his selection here. But we'll have to wait and see here. And we are ready to get into game number 3 of Bus versus Fengzi. Here we go. And spawning at the top right of Vermeer as the blue Terran, we have BusTerran.
Yep, and in the bottom left, tying up the score 1-1, it is Fengzi. And Vermeer, this is going to be the new polypoid, man. As soon as it gets into the ladder, I mean, this map, very standard. It's got easy 3 bases, potentially even easy 4 bases if you're a Terran or a Protoss. I think for sure once it gets into the ladder, it's going to be a fan favorite. But BusTerran, we've got cross spawns here, so if he does go for 8 racks or some type of aggressive opener, it's going to be a while for him to get across the map. And, you know, actually I'm thinking we may see like that proxy factory again. I think you can build in the center of the map, and that is going to be the 8 racks.
Not surprised here, man. Bus showing his cards. He loves these early barracks plays. Unfortunately, you know, he can't know this, but he is cross-map from Fengzi on quite a large map. I don't know, man. How deadly could this possibly be given their positions?
Yeah, I'm trying to think how big of a time difference this is with cross-spawn versus horizontal or vertical. I think it's like 8 seconds difference, and, you know, every second matters, obviously. So this 8 rack shouldn't do much damage. I like the depot placement. You can actually tell that BusTerran has obviously played this map a lot before, because you don't ever build your racks forward like that and then your depot that far back unless you know, like, okay, this is the ideal position to wall. Like, it's not in front of the eggs. Like, this is the spot. So definitely you can tell already he's got a lot of practice on this. He's going to see that Fengzi is not at either of these close spawns. He's not going to be too happy about that. And I thought it was going to be a factory follow-up after this, but not going to be the case because that second depot's already in production.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. We've seen this quite a bit from Bus. Usually when you watch, you know, I just always think of Terror when I think of 8 racks, and Terror loves that transition into that gas, into that factory play. But we have not seen that really from Bus. Kind of interesting.
Yeah,
Brains are moving across the map.
I would actually really like to see Terror on this map, because I think if he had gone gas, you see how there's no vision on the left side of Fengzi's main at that third base? Yep. I think he would build a factory there and float it into your main. I think 100% we may see Terror do that in the future. But we have the bunker rush coming in, and again, it's going to only be 6 drones?
Yeah, 6 drones, kind of starting to seem like the number. I don't remember who did it during ASL, but one of the, like, Sulky or something like that defended... or no, it was Soma actually, defended 8 racks with 6 drones and made it look so simple.
Well, this bunker's already almost done, man, and this is only 2 lings. He's gonna leapfrog the bunker. I think Fengzi under-respected this bunker timing. He's gonna try and jump on the Marines now, but it's too late. SCV's body blocking. Also, that's a dead creep colony. Yeah, 100%. He needs to pull his drones.
Yeah, he's got to pull some drones here. It's just not going to have the DPS needed to take down this bunker. Sunken Colony should be targeted here as soon as it hatches. And yeah, with the 2 bunkers here, repair going on that first bunker at the front, this is going to be pretty deadly. But no, just barely he's able to defend that. And now this 30 HP Sunken able to continually peck away at that bunker. I mean, at least it's really disrupted Fengzi's, mining. He's forced a lot of lings here, and he is expanding behind this. Remember, that wall off is kind of being prepared already. But now we're just in this weird point where Fengzi has so many Zerglings, he almost needs to get some kind of damage done with them.
Yeah, I think this was a little bit of a misstep there from Bus, because if you rewatch this replay, the entire time the bunker was attacking the hatchery instead of the Sunken, and the fact that the Sunken lives with just 30 health is a heartbreaker for Bus, because this game could already have been over. I still love his position. I don't see how Fengzi's gonna recover really at all from this. He's down so many workers already. He's not mining his Nat. I think he went straight speed, so this lair is super late too. He just doesn't have the drone count. He really has to get a lot of damage done here from onto Bus's natural. But look at that SimCity. It's pretty much ling tight. Like, there's no way that you're going to be running by this bunker.
Yeah, no way at all. Bunker has been completed. SCVs are walling at the front of this. And yeah, Fengzi scouts it with the Overlord and knows, hey, I can't really get much damage done here. It's time to back off.
Well, lifting that Rax is a big deal because you can see that his academy finished. And obviously he would love to be building medics right now, but instead it's still in the air. And that's buying Fengzi a lot of time. Imagine if a medic was already done. He could have the second one produced pretty soon, or even a fire bat, and be looking to move out on the map right when Fengzi's transitioning. Like, he's spending all of his resources. He can't afford to build multiple Sunkens right now. And behind this is going to be a 3 Rax follow-up even before the eBay.
Huh, that's quite interesting. I maybe would have preferred to see the eBay a little earlier, trying to go for that +1 weapons and just get those upgrades started. Ooh, nice pickup with these 3 Zerglings. Might even get a second one. Nope, barely. But he does disrupt some more mining.
Yeah, that's great, because remember, it was like 21 workers to 11 a minute ago. Now it's 28 to 22, and a Ling gets in, and he's going to see that this is 3 Rax. Now, I don't know what he would necessarily do different, seeing that it is 3 Rax compared to just 2, but he does get intel that at least it's not a fast factory.
Yeah, at least he knows that. Academy, starting that range attack upgrade. Fengzi is taking his 3rd base at the top left corner. I like that selection.
Yep, going to be really hard to find the base on this map. There's so many, mid left, bottom middle, top left. And Fengzi has shown on Monopoly and on Overwatch that he took close bases. And remember, BusTerran was scanning the corners every single time on Overwatch. So I do love the mix-up here, because he may end up scanning like mid-left, for example, or bottom middle. I would 100% probably be scanning bottom middle, simply based on hatchery positioning or 3rd base positioning in previous games. Yeah.
Yep, I have to agree with you there. Fengzi, I think, doesn't realize he's only had 2 drones on gas at his natural this whole time. That, just to make a note of that's going to start adding up the later this goes unnoticed.
Yeah,
5 meters are moving across the map, though.
Hopefully he does fix that soon. It could have been optimizing his low eco build. Lings have gotten to the bunker. Mutas too. It is 5, and this will be annoying. Great turret positioning. And unfortunately for Fengzi, because it's just the initial 5, he does not have critical mass to actually, deal crippling amounts of damage here. But he did get into a pretty good spot with the mutas, but because it's just such a low number, he's going to have to back off. It does keep the units back, though, which is great, which means he will get his 3rd hatch completed.
Yeah, at least he's able to pull that Bioforce back, so it can't be out on the map trying to pressure his 3rd. Man, a little unfortunate there that those mutas didn't pick off either Marine.
Overlord, how does he live?
Barely makes it out of there. Very well done from Fengzi. Okay, now we got a good amount of mutas up here on the ridge. This is kind of starting to look a little scary for BusTerran.
Yeah, Fengzi's really brought it back in this game. I can't believe it. He's even got a macro hatch going up. But what I did notice is there's no hydrogen, there's no Queen's Nest. What I'm noticing from Terran's side is there's no nat gas, despite having the 40 SCVs. He's not. Oh, what is it gonna be? Valkyrie?
This could be Valkyrie. Yeah, we're seeing the armory and the starport go down. Usually a big indicator of that Valkyrie timing here. Still a lot of bio out in the center of the map, and Fengzi not able to recognize that 2 drones on the natural gas here. Huh. Oh, it looks like BusTerran waiting for that +1 weapons to complete, but actually Fengzi also with +1 air weapons on the way as well.
Well, the Valkyries are going to really be painful for Zerg since his hydrogen's so late, and because he's going +1 weapon. The armor is not going to be kicking in for him, so those mutas are going to take tons of damage. I would have to say he's a bit lucky, though, that it looked like Bus only built a single starport, though, so the Valkyrie count isn't going to be like 2, 4. It's not going to ramp up very quickly, at least not at first. However, this bio ball, I mean, it needs to make a decision. Is it moving? Is it getting consolidated? This is not enough Marines to fight head on, but he's trading surprisingly well. He knocks down almost 3 mutas.
Yeah, he's killed quite a few mutas here. He's just trying to keep Zerg occupied, it seems. Fengzi, does get that 3rd base scouted finally and scanned. Has Lurker Tech on the way, and with that, Bus starting to reconsolidate his units and move them towards the top left, it looks like. Valkyrie on the field.
Yeah, Valkyrie is going to change the dynamic of this fight for sure. And we may, oh my gosh, those mutas are dwindling down considerably just to 9. And now the Valkyrie I'm not sure has been spotted just yet, but we can see that the Marines have started to loop around to the left side. That's okay. Those mutas are not going to engage. And look at this. Look how desperate he is. His lurker upgrade's not done, so he's building 3 Thunkins up there.
Yeah, kind of a tough spot to be in, honestly. You really would like to have a couple lurkers on the top of this ramp, and it would basically shut this down, but instead he's going to have to spend 4 drones worth, plus the minerals, to produce these Sunkens top left, and every time you do that, that's 1 less drone mining.
Yep, and the Sunkens will complete, so this will be shut down.
Whoa, very nice.
Just barely in the nick of time. That's a lot of links. That's a lot of mutas left over too. We may see a big counterattack, but the Valkyrie count is at 2. However, there's a lot of Scourge. And if you can connect onto these Valkyries and eliminate the bio ball, that would alleviate a lot of pressure. Remember, Fengzi already has a macro hatch. He can easily build, 10, 12 drones in an instant. He just needs to get some control.
Here we go, big move in here with these Zerglings, Mutas, and Scourge taking out the Valkyries and quite a few medics and Marines. And suddenly, I feel like Fengzi in a pretty decent spot here.
Yep, Greater Spire coming in, Defiler Mound coming in. He knows that those Valkyries being built and eliminated means that the vessel count is pretty low right now. So even if he just morphs like 4 Guardians, that could be annoying and also force the vessels to use all of their irradiate energy onto Guardians instead of Lurkers and instead of Defilers. So I think Fengzi has kind of crawled back into this game. He's still very low drone count, but if he can get in even just 1 cycle, it'll put him near about 35. I think he's in a decent spot. Also, there's no 3rd command center yet. I mean, BusTerran really just going for tons of units right now.
Yeah, BusTerran at that 58 SCV count, just on 2 bases. But yeah, as you mentioned, Fengzi, that's definitely the department he's lacking at the moment. Only 35 drones, which what was like 22 just a minute ago. Whoa, that's a lot of barracks in the main, actually.
That is a lot of barracks, but what I'm noticing here on Vermeer right now is it doesn't look like there's really a lot of area to build in your base. Like, I realize he has 8 barracks, 2 starports, but like, for example, if he wanted to build more racks or factories somewhere, where's he build them? Like, he's just running out of space. So this is probably all of the production he's going to have. Now, that's a lot of bio. That, however, is 4 Sunkens, Lurkers, and we do have the Nidus set up already. Is he going to go for it?
He might here, but I think we have Defilers out on the field. Also, he could just move over those lurkers from the natural to the third. Oh, wow. I didn't even expect this. Guardians being morphed over the natural of BusTerran here.
Yeah, that's gonna be annoying.
Right,
We have a huge bust onto the Sunkens, onto the Lings and the Lurkers. All the Lurkers are already dead. Remember, BusTerran has a ton of production. It's 8 Rex. He doesn't have Consume. He doesn't have the energy. And this is going to get busted. And those Guardians, they're not attacking just yet. Oh my god, the Lurker got off massive damage. But BusTerran with reinforcing Marines is going to kill this base. As long as he goes, we can see that the Guardians are starting to counterattack right now. But he's actually splitting off half of them to try and help defend this third base.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting play, bringing a couple of the Guardians back. 2 Guardians over the natural will start being able to pick off some of these SCVs. Ooh, and Vessels getting scourged as well, but still, this third base going to be taken down of Fengzi, and with that is Hydra Den as well.
Yeah, he's just decided it can't be saved, so he instantly takes bottom middle. Remember, BusTerran still no command center. Like, if Fengzi was able to hold that base, okay, there it is completed. But if he was able to hold that base, it still would have been super low eco for, well, not super low because he's got the massive SCV count, but he would have only been mining on one base in just a second. But right now, because the third base falls, BusTerran in a commanding lead. He's up 60, 70 supply. His vessel count is great. It's at 5 still, despite losing 2 of them.
Yeah, he should be able to remove these Guardians here with just a few irradiates, so he will be able to regain the use of his natural here shortly, is now taking his third, and once again just has that commanding supply lead at the moment.
Yeah, and I noticed during that fight 2-1 kicked in for Terran, so they have an upgrade advantage. Didn't see if the eBays were blinking right now, but right now he's got a big power spike. Lurkers being set up at bottom middle, but it's only 2. And remember, he's already got 5 vessels, so those Lurkers and Defilers, not long for this world. Us now going to just sit back, get his third base up and running. This Guardian, so annoying. It's got 6 kills, forced out another irradiate. But look at that vessel count machine, 7 now. And now we see a ton of fire bats mixed in.
Yeah, I think that's a great call, honestly. When you know Zerg is on such low eco, they're really just trying to make magic happen with Defilers and groups of, Zerglings. So if you start mixing in those fire bats, it just removes any kind of potential from Zerg to be aggressive.
Oh my gosh, the Defiler and Lurker got spotted, but ends up being missed by BusTerran. The counterattack could be great. Scourge connect onto a couple vessels. That's fantastic. Unfortunately for Fengzi, BusTerran now finds it, but it is making the game hectic. And behind it, Fengzi trying to set up a 4th base at the low ground bottom right position.
Nice plague there from Fengzi. And he has secured that third. I was really hoping he could get this small Lurker Defiler force to the Terran's third and deny some mining at least, but not going to happen. Wow, this is a big army for us.
Look how much blue is moving across the map. It's just endless, man. And the science facility getting that physics lab add-on, as I stated, it looks like Vermeer doesn't have the biggest mains for building all of your stuff as Terran or Protoss. So I think in the future that's something that Terran players and Protoss players in particular will have to keep in mind. But this just looks like an unstoppable army. But if he can save it with Plague, Darkswarm, Defiler, well, I don't think so. There's so many fire bats mixed in. I think, where are they?
Yeah, maybe not. Oh, they're sitting back. There we go. Fengzi's got to get these Lurkers to the natural to try to defend. He does have another Nidus.
How did he get them there? He got them there. I can't believe it.
I mean, that was hilarious. He had to. It was literally the only way he could hold. But yeah, it looks like it's going to go down.
With those Lurkers falling, that's probably the end of Fengzi's run. His mat has been breached. 4th and 3rd base also going to be breached. And BusTerran with insane macro is just going to plow through Fengzi in a 2-1 victory.
Very well done there from BusTerran. I can't believe all of that came off of an 8-Rax cross map. That was that was kind of interesting. But yeah, very very well played from both players too. Fengzi had some really nice moments, throughout the series as well. But it will be the Bus moving on to the next round. Yeah, well played.
Yeah, that was impressive. Not only he play, the unorthodox builds, but he can play the macro style too. So he could be like the Chinese Terror. Terror plays exactly like that too. And what makes Terror really dangerous is he can play micro, he can play macro, he can play all types of builds. Like he's not like just a 2-1 Terran versus Protoss player. Somebody that's easy to read, easy to just macro versus. Like when you play somebody, you have no idea what they're doing. Not afraid to 8-Rax every game. They're so hard to beat, and I love. Yeah,
I was just gonna say you're absolutely right. It makes you 10 times more terrifying when you know that they don't just have like one good opener. It could be anything, from an 8-Rax to a command center first to 2-port Wraith. The Terrans that really have it all and know how to be a threat and know how to hide it are just it's just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, and this does set us up for BusTerran versus either Zhanhun or Mihu, and I kind of want to see BusTerran versus Zhanhun, because you're talking to me about how he's BBSing versus Protoss, all up in Protoss's grill all the time. You can't really do that versus Terran unless you're going to BBS, which I don't think we're going to see often. We did see it yesterday, right, from a Xuan 1 game, ended up not working.
Closely. He almost had it.
Barely. If the bunker gets up, he's going to win the game, but didn't work out in the end. But that is going to be the end of our first series today, and we're going to be going into XIaoshuai versus DuGu next, which is going to be a best of 5 ZVZ. But before we do that, we're going to go into a break, and we'll come back and find out who's going to be our winner from the upper bracket final.
Hello and welcome back everybody to another day of BSL15 Asia Championships. We are in the playoffs. We just got to see a pretty epic series between BusTerran and Fengzi. BusTerran going to be moving on to the next stage of the lower bracket. But up next we have XIaoshuai versus DuGu, Zerg versus Zerg, hyper aggro versus hyper aggro. And man, I'm excited for this one, Nyokin.
Yeah, this is going to be intense. As we stated before, I don't know if we're ever going to see a 12 hatch. I think it's going to be 9 pool versus 9 pool every game, especially if they're already 9 pooling almost every game in Zerg versus Protoss. Definitely not going to be some tie 2 or gory niche Hydralist. If we see Hydras, I don't even know what's going on because that's just something you never see from aggressive players like what we've seen from XIaoshuai and DuGu. But it's going to be very intense. I hope we get a Hive game, but I don't think so. I think every game is going to be maximum 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. ZVZ is such a volatile matchup, especially when you have that expert muta control like each of these players do, that the second one of them gets an advantage, they're going to run away with it. So, like you're saying, I would expect to see a lot of 9 pools here. Another meta build that you tend to see when things are very low eco and high aggro is overgas. So I would expect to see a lot of 9 pool speeds or 9 pool speeds and overgasses throughout this series. But I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. We'll have to wait and see what each of these guys has in store for this matchup. And yeah, as you mentioned before, I think this is really the first Zerg versus Zerg that I can remember casting since like Group A. So it's really hasn't been a whole lot of Zerg on Zerg action here throughout this playoffs so far. So this will be the first one, but obviously, both these players making it to the winter bracket finals. These are by far 2 of the stronger players throughout this tournament, and map number 1 going to be Butter. Great 2-player map for this matchup. Believe it or not, I could kind of see something like even a 12 hatch getting off on this map as well, just due to the rush distance. But with this, both of our players are ready. Let's go with DuGu versus XIaoshuai, game number 1 on Butter. And spawning at the top right as the red Zerg, it is XIaoshuai.
And in the blue, our other Zerg player, it is DuGu. I was looking at that profile page that we just saw of XIaoshuai and DuGu, and you know what I noticed about DuGu?
What?
Only 25 years old. It's not often you actually see players, under the age of 30. So I would say DuGu's kind of a younger player, which is great because we need more younger players. We need more people to continue on the scene. At some point, Artosis will not be able to play unless he gets like bionic hands or something. And it's nice to see that we've got future prospects.
Yeah, we've got some young blood out there still eager to prove themselves in this game. It's obviously StarCraft being such a difficult game. It's really tough to get into, especially nowadays, right? Like you probably lose your first 100 StarCraft games in a row. And not a whole lot of people have the mental fortitude to, go through with something like this, because this is such a mechanically challenging game, because this is such a, intense game, as far as like trying to understand build orders and, advantages you can gain from them. And actually, this is a 12 hatch here from XIaoshuai.
From both, actually.
Yeah, I kind of was saying this as we got into it, but Butter, because that rush distance is so far, sometimes these Zergs might opt to try to get away with something like a 12 hatchery, even when it's a 2-player map, and the potential of a 9 pool is pretty great here. So this is 12 hatch, 10 pool, or 11 pool, 10 gas, actually. Very, very standard. Both these players have mirrored identical builds.
You know, something I was looking for in the beginning was the Overlord Scout pattern. And initially I thought, okay, well, they're just going to directly scout their main, which they ended up doing, I have to say. But what do you think if somebody had gone like diagonal kind of to like go to the center of the map and then go towards the natural and like just to check if lings are coming? Because if we look at where the Overlords are right now, I feel like he would have missed like lings coming across the map. Like he wouldn't have seen the pool for a long time, and he wouldn't have exactly known like, okay, did I get 9 pool? Did I get over pooled? Did I get 12 hatch? Right? So what do you think about these Overlord scout patterns? Is it standard?
Yeah, I think this is actually standard. You know, once you've committed with something like a 12 hatch, I mean, I don't think there's a whole lot you can really do, even if you know, just seeing the Zerglings moving across, other than like pulling some drones. You know, there's not a big advantage you can get from that. Whereas like getting that Overlord into the main, seeing that layer timing is super vital. That'll let you know, is this like a speedling opener, or are they actually going towards that Spire tech in order to get mutas quite quickly? And I mean, you know, they were using the secondary Overlords to kind of scout outside the natural, so, you know, obviously it would be a little later, but you'd get to see some type of Zergling run by, if that's what happened. Sunken going down at the natural for Xiaoshuai, kind of interesting. Um, Usually the player that puts the Sunken down first is kind of just saying, hey, I'm just going to be playing this like very defensively, right? Like I want the safety of being able to drone quite heavily. Um, and I mean, it might be a decent call here, but at the same time, you're losing resources and a drone by doing so.
Yeah, this ZVZ is not going as I was expecting it to go. Not only do we already have a 12 hatch, we also have a Sunken, which means he's powering. And, you know, we may actually get a mid and late game ZVZ. We see DuGu moving out with speedlings, but not an overwhelming amount. It's only 12. So I think that these sixlings comboed with Sunken and more links in production, like they are right now, this is not going to do much damage at all. You can see that the supplies are dead even. Drone count dead even. Both players have their nat gas, so everything is literally the same other than the 100 gas difference that DuGu spent on the speedlings.
Yes, I was going to say the same thing. Everything seems even, but I would give the edge to Xiaoshuai here. Don't know why he's moving out with the Zerglings, so I'd be a little afraid of a run by here from DuGu if you move out with these slow lings. And yes, it looks like that's exactly what we're going to see. DuGu opting to run into the main and natural. It's just a single Sunken, and these drones will get into the main. Meanwhile, Xiaoshuai with a lot of slow Zerglings moving into the natural at the same time. Spire going down from DuGu, so this is actually just hyper aggro from each of these players. Spire going down.
This got turned on its head real quick. Lings into the main of both players, but the Spire is still alive for DuGu. So as long as he is able to get out like an additional 1 or 2 mutas or scratch that, he can save the Spire. And that was a huge blunder from Xiaoshuai. He's going to have to rebuild the Spire, which is obviously 150 gas right there. That's a muta. And now he obviously can't build mutas for a long time. He's even down already a muta.
Yeah, he absolutely is. I mean, without that Spire, it feels like DuGu could just make a couple more muta and then group up and go. But actually, Xiaoshuai moving across the map will be darting into this natural here. And DuGu actually forced to pull the mutas back. He will have a better flanking position here onto Xiaoshuai's mutas, but this is going to be some significant damage, and suddenly DuGu's Spire possibly going to be taken down, but actually no. DuGu getting on top of these mutalists, picking off quite a bit of them, and DuGu in a commanding lead at the moment.
Yeah, Spire just about to finish. He's got 400 gas. If he could buy the time for the mutalists to complete, maybe he could win the fight, but the mutas are already here. It's 3 versus 6. DuGu, oh, he gets in range of the mutas, and now he can moving shot and kill them. He's onto the drone line. 1 drone falls, 2, 3, 4 gonna fall too.
This is already just significant damage from DuGu. even if when these 4 Muta pop up, I don't know if he's going to have what it takes to take them out. Scorch connecting on a Mutalist there. Mutas do complete for XIaoshuai, but it's just not enough. They're just, the control has been too great here from DuGu. Looks like we have 2 more Mutas running in here.
Yep, it's too many Mutas. He's going to back off for now, but he knows he's done crippling amounts of damage. But however, he does know that the Spire is complete, so he does, have to be a little wary of that. But he's up 8 Mutas to 1. He's just going to move in again with critical mass. XIaoshuai pumping out drones because that's simply all he can afford. If he could get like evolution chamber up and maybe some spores, maybe he could salvage it, but it's just too many Mutas.
Yeah, it really feels like it's just too many Mutas at this point. XIaoshuai doing a good job trying to make that comeback, but unfortunately it just wasn't quite enough for him. And DuGu going to be taking game number 1. I thought things were great, honestly, for XIaoshuai until he chose to move out with slow Zerglings. I thought that was a bit of an odd choice.
That was very weird because slowlings don't beat speedlings. Even if you have more of them, you can reposition better as a speedling player. You can draw.
Yep. I mean, and it's just not the right map for it, right? Butter, we keep saying it, one of the key features of the map is really just the distance from natural to natural. So something like a speedling counter versus a slowling counter running across the main, speedlings are going to get in faster, and we saw it. He was able to pick off that Spire and halt that Muta production from XIaoshuai. Meanwhile, at the same time, like XIaoshuai's advantage at that point was the 100 minerals and 100 gas that he hadn't spent on that speedling. The longer the game goes, it's actually more of a deficit to produce that speedling upgrade, especially when you're going for just a simple Muta advantage in ZVZ mid game. So XIaoshuai kind of taking a risk, maybe trying to do something DuGu wouldn't expect, but unfortunately it did not pay off, and yeah, DuGu played very well.
And sometimes all it takes is a small advantage like that to turn into a huge advantage. And if XIaoshuai watches the replay, he's going to know for sure, like, oh, okay, I shouldn't have done that. And I got punished. So I'm sure going into game 2, he will rectify that very, very quickly. Now we're going to be going into game 2. It's XIaoshuai's pick. Is there any map that you like for ZVZ? I know a lot of people don't like ZVZ just flat out, but if you had to pick a map to play on, what do you like? I would probably pick Vermeer, maybe.
I don't like the big maps, ZVZ, because I don't want to say I don't like it, but it just feels like riskier, right? Like the chance of like opening a, something like a 12 pool versus them opening 12 hatch is like a lot greater. So I like simplifying it and picking 2-player maps, and yeah, that's exactly what we're going to see here. No one gets away with anything, ZVZ, in a 2-player map. It's kind of how I feel about it. And this is a smaller 2-player map, so definitely do not expect to see something like a 12 hatch here. So this should look a little more standard of a ZVZ, I'd say. But yeah, it sounds like we are ready to get into game number 2 here. XIaoshuai versus DuGu, ZVZ on Overwatch. Let's get to it. And spawning at the top left as the blue Zerg, currently up 1-0, it is DuGu.
And in the bottom right, our red Zerg, it's XIaoshuai. And even though it is diagonal spawn, you think that this is lightly faster rush distance than Butter?
Yes, I definitely think it's a faster rush distance than Butter. I really wouldn't expect these players to be able to get away with something like, a 12 hatchery at the expansion. Now, I really think we're either going to see a 9 pool or an overgas from each of these players. 9 pool kind of being the common, like, just standard ZVZ opener. You usually can go 9 pool into lair and play versus just about anything and make it work, I'll say that. And Overgas being kind of the counter build to a 9-pool opener. You know, you have no map control, you completely secede map control, but you just have that gas advantage and that drone advantage early on. And it, you know, it just kind of carries out into good play like the later the game goes. But actually, we won't be seeing that. We'll be seeing a 9-pool from DuGu, but this is a 12-pool Expo, likely from XIaoshuai. So 2 very, very standard builds in this matchup.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's gonna be gas. Okay, gas from Xiaoshuai. Now, how's this play? Because I realize he's gonna expand at some point, but 12-pool gas into the expansion versus 9-pool. As an outsider that doesn't play Zerg, this looks like a huge build order advantage for DuGu. However, I'm now noticing that, of course, Lair's going to be much faster.
I actually think it's a bit of an advantage for Xiaoshuai. Really, all Xiaoshuai is saying with this opener is that I'm going to have map control with early Ling numbers. You're going to be contained to your single base, but really, just by securing the natural early on, you're essentially using it to secure your natural gas. And that is a big, big deal in this matchup. You know, he won't be able to utilize it right away. He'll probably come down to needing to use some spores. Here we go, 6lings versus 6lings here. Just barely getting those Zerglings in on time to defend. So good job from Xiaoshuai. But it economically plays out with a slight edge for the expanding Zerg. So I really think that you know, Xiaoshuai is probably happy recognizing that this is in fact a 9-pool opener from DuGu. DuGu going into that Speedling, and meanwhile Xiaoshuai actually going to get his layer started, but only a single drone on gas here for Xiaoshuai. That's an indicator that, hey, he's going to start that layer tech, but doesn't really intend on utilizing it right away. He's kind of just going to drone, sit, you know, feel a little more comfortable with his expansion, and look to, you know, scout that Spire timing and prevent DuGu from taking his own natural as long as possible.
Well, I like how DuGu backed off and showed that he was backing off with that Overlord and then actually hid 2 Lings. And now he comes in right when the Lings move out of position. And he's got to be very careful to not lose a drone here is Xiaoshuai. He also gets a read onto the lair timing, which is fantastic. Not a lot of lost minerals, but it is annoying to deal with. And of course keeps the Lings back, which means DuGu doesn't have to worry about a counterattack.
Yeah, definitely not going to have to worry about that. He will, however, Xiaoshuai is going to have to worry about the Spire tech here. Spire just about to complete for DuGu, which means we need an Evo chamber and we need a couple spores at least. But actually, it looks like it's going to be a big Zergling counter here from Xiaoshuai. DuGu has speed, and this is up a ramp, so I'm a little worried for him here. But actually, he breaks up the ramp, and there is no sunken yet in the main. We have a creep colony, but it has not morphed. And wow, things are looking very good here for Xiaoshuai.
Yeah, he gets full surface area on that sunken colony. That's a dead sunken before the mutas pop out in this counterattack that I thought had no chance of working because of how far the Lings were away from DuGu's main. There's so many here. Hey, I noticed he hasn't killed that many drones. 1 falls, 2 drones fall now. Now it's 5 drones to just 10. But the mutas are out. 3 drones fall. It's now 10-4. And as long as Xiaoshuai can get up some spores, this is his game to take. I love how he's also got a couple of Lings hidden for a secondary attack.
The funny thing is when it goes this well, you really don't even need the spores yet if you're Zerg. I'm going to be honest. Like, basically, at no point now can DuGu move out on the map with these muta. They are purely on Zergling defense for the most part. Very nice spore placement there. Ooh, barely that Overlord ends up escaping. And And yeah, DuGu kind of forced to drone and just sit back with these Muta. The second he moved out across the map, he has the potential for a few Zerglings to run in the main, cause some more havoc, prevent some more mining. And you definitely don't really want that to happen.
Well, DuGu sitting back with his 3 mutas. He knows that he needs to try and power back up. He can't live off of 5 drones. He's up to 8 now. But this whole time, he's not mining gas. XIaoshuai going to start running away with it. He doesn't have his nat gas up and running just yet, but as soon as that kicks in, he's just going to have so much more gas and ability to build Mutalisks that he'll easily overrun DuGu. So I'm not sure exactly what DuGu's game plan here is. I would say XIaoshuai is kind of gifting DuGu, in my opinion, by going for mass lings and not compounding his eco lead, but maybe not. Maybe he's just going to go for the killing blow in a second.
I was kind of thinking that myself. It just kind of makes sense that, especially once the spores are up, you could essentially drone on 2 hatcheries versus 1, right? Like, it's just simple math. But if you could double your worker output compared with your opponent, it seems like a good thing to do. But at the same time, these Zerglings will be a pretty menacing force. And if DuGu moves out of position with his mutas at any point, he could potentially lose his natural. He could potentially lose his main, his drones, his spire. So the one good thing about these Zerglings is they can threaten counters, and very, very strong counters very quickly.
Well, Ling is going to come in here and spot this hatchery. I'm sure this is going to trigger an attack. There's no reason for XIaoshuai to have built this many Lings if he doesn't intend to combo a big frontal assault while also forcing a Muta fight in the air. There are the Mutas finally being produced, so it's just a matter of time now that attack will be coming. But both players, I notice, have armor upgrade coming in. So if we do get to mid game, or do they not? I thought they did.
Yeah, it looks like only DuGu has that armor upgrade. It's pretty typical if you're the Zerg that has the quicker spire. I would like to see XIaoshuai immediately start +1 armor because it is a big power spike in this matchup. But it looks like he has other plans here. Might just be going for a big Muta Zergling Scourge timing of his own. And yes, it looks like that's exactly what this is. Now, this is kind of nice because even if DuGu has the superior Muta numbers, right? And he has to completely focus on just the Mutalisks of XIaoshuai, it'll allow these Zerglings to, get in, do some significant damage, force drone pulls. Here we go, big Scorch connections, and oh no! A little bit of a misstep there from DuGu. Does end up taking some Scorch shots, which you never want to see. Zerglings getting in here to the main, starting to tear away at this mineral line and even the lair of DuGu, and DuGu forced to tap out there in game number 2. So very, very well played there from XIaoshuai. A little bit of a luck of the build order there, I'll say that. I think most Zergs would want that 12 pool Expo opener versus a 9 pool. So maybe just, had the better read that game. And with that, DuGu's going to have to rally to bring this one back.
Yeah, and it's back-to-back eco openers from XIaoshuai, which is surprising that we didn't see an aggressive opener from both. I guess now, well, what do you do with XIaoshuai? Do you play eco again? Like, it hasn't worked either time.
Yeah, for I don't know. I think you.
Oh wait, my bad. XIaoshuai did win. XIaoshuai did win. Yeah. My bad. I got that mixed up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to switch up the build, right? Like, the worst thing in a ZVZ matchup is getting predictable, right? If I would expect these players almost to change their build like every other game or something like that. We haven't seen the overgas openers yet. We haven't seen something like a 9-pool speed as opposed to 9-pool layers. So, there's still other selections out there for these guys. And I think a lot of that's also going to depend on, the map. So if we end up going with like a big 4-player map from DuGu, maybe DuGu says, screw it, let's go ahead, drop down a 12 hatch, and hope we don't run up against a 9 pool. which is always a possibility too. So we'll have to wait and see. I was definitely expecting more 9-pool heavy openers, more overgas going into this series though than we've seen.
Well, there's no 2-player maps left, but we do have a couple 3-player maps. We have Sylphid. We do have Sylphid because there it is, and that is the map pick. So let's go into game 3. The series is tied 1-1.
And spawning at the 12 o'clock position as the red Zerg, we have XIaoshuai.
Been in the mid-left position. Our blue Zerg, it is DuGu. And I, of course, am intently looking at that minimap, and I see that this time around, DuGu gonna draw the short end of the stick. He's gonna scout in the wrong direction. And XIaoshuai, he is gonna find DuGu first. Now, how big of an advantage is this?
It's a huge advantage. I mean, it's truly a big advantage in Zerg versus Zerg. You know, build orders aside, just knowing exactly what your opponent is up to first, and most importantly, early game, Zergling positioning, right? Like, let's say DuGu opens a 9-pool here, which he is, and you know, this pool completes, he makes 6 lings, he moves out on the map. That Overlord will scout those Zerglings moving out, like, immediately. Ooh, there's the overgas I was talking about. So he'll know exactly where they are on the map, whereas DuGu will be completely blind. The only thing he'll know is that XIaoshuai is not bottom right, and that may seem like a joke, but it's like it's true. He doesn't know Zergling positioning. He'll have no clue as to, you know, if there's even a second Overlord from XIaoshuai, and he'll not really truly be able to be hyper aggressive with these first 6 lings, because he has to be concerned that his opponent is going 9-pool and will be countering with Zerglings himself, right? Like, even if DuGu here moves these Zerglings straight to that 12 o'clock base, XIaoshuai could have scouted it, could have moved his own Zerglings to a different location in the center of the map and run around those 6lings. So it's kind of just a tough spot to be in here early. And as I mentioned, this is going to be overgas from XIaoshuai. Overgas, I mean, you couldn't pick a harder counter to 9-pool, basically. I think this is even worse than what we saw the previous game with 12-pool expand. He will just have a gas advantage till the end of time. He's not going to take an expansion, which means he has less bases to defend. And you just put a sunken in your main, and things are all good, basically. You could just sit there and defend just about anything. Getting the Zerglings in here at the very last moment is XIaoshuai. He has that 2 drone advantage, so the longer this game goes, he'll have more gas, more minerals. This is a rough spot to be in if you're DuGu.
Yep, and that's the reason you see the Ling set up in that position. 2 shots onto that 1 Zergling. And as you mentioned, the 2 drone advantage is just massive in ZVC. And also, he's up 140 gas. So at no point in this game will DuGu ever have a gas lead unless he can get his nat. Fire's even in favor of XIaoshuai. Everything is in favor of him, except for maybe a slight Ling advantage. Now, that was a good trade for DuGu right there, eliminating one of the Lings. What is this, 9 versus 12? If he could get a decent engagement on those front Lings, maybe he could bust through, but that would be quite risky.
Yeah, I mean, you almost expect it. You kind of expect the wall to inevitably fall, but he's getting that creep colony behind this, and paired with that sunken, you should easily be able to defend these speedlings from DuGu.
Yep, 10 Lings in a double row. Sunken is going to complete. Spire's further than halfway along. Okay, again, XIaoshuai's moving out without speed, and you can see DuGu instantly pounces on it, but good reaction time from XIaoshuai to back off. He gets a favorable engagement. Now it's 10 versus 8.
That was kind of funny. I don't know why he moved out once again. Yeah, it looks like DuGu going to expand from this. So maybe XIaoshuai feels the need to put some pressure on it, but I mean, really, your big power spike with this build is when these first 3 Muta complete. Okay, and that looks like that is the case. He's going to try to use these 4 Zerglings to see what he could do to cancel that natural. XIaoshuai going to be expanding himself behind this.
Yep, pretty even hatchery timings. It is maybe, 15 to 20 seconds behind, but no slightling advantage at all. In fact, it's a deficit now. But remember, that Spire was way faster for XIaoshuai, so you can see that the mutas are moving across. By the time they get there, though, is it going to be a muta advantage? Maybe 1, but there's going to be 2 Scourge that he's going to have to be wary of.
In low numbers, I mean, you almost welcome those Scourge at this point, right? Like, 2 Scourge is not that difficult to pick off with 3 Muta. 4th one already completed here for XIaoshuai. Yeah, I don't know. Everything is in XIaoshuai's favor here.
Well, it is 10 workers to 10 workers. I see that the gas count is pretty similar right now, but again, there is a Muta lead for XIaoshuai right now. Also, he didn't have to get speed. I don't think he got speed at least, so that's another 100 gas in his favor.
Yeah, I think he's got about a 2 Muta lead, and that's just massive in this game. He's also got a drone lead. Well, actually, that's not fair because DuGu is taking his natural gas at this moment.
We do have a transfer of a drone, so he's going to get that nat gas up and running a little bit faster than XIaoshuai. If he can get, I would say, even just 2 on the gas, maybe he can close the gas gap in the next minute or so. But for now, like you said, there's a 2 Muta advantage. Doesn't seem like either player is going for an upgrade. Just going to be content with the 0-0. If either one can get the armor upgrade, as you mentioned in the last game, it's a huge power spike for that player.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think XIaoshuai just about hit his critical mass. Usually when you see that wave of Scourge come out at the end, that's the final gas that they're able to spend. So it looks like this is going to be XIaoshuai's move out timing. He has an advantage, and I think he knows he has an advantage here.
Yeah, and it went unscouted by the link. Here comes the big engagement. The Scourge do connect for DuGu, though. And now XIaoshuai's got to run. It's still 6 versus 4. It's still an advantage, but does he recognize it's an advantage? The mutas are so clumped up all the time. Look at the moving shots onto the Overlord, bouncing onto the drone, bouncing onto the mutas. He's going to kill 2 drones. DuGu not feeling confident to engage. Now he's going to, but it's still a muta advantage. Oh, but those are very weakened ones.
Yeah, it's 4-4 now. And XIaoshuai with the gas, DuGu rather, with the second gas lead. XIaoshuai was not taking his natural gas behind this, and with that, I think DuGu's kind of pulled this one back.
Yeah, he might have, and this is a drone cycle. It is not more mutas. I mean, the other eggs might be mutas, but yeah, that was a better than I thought engagement for DuGu, and he already has his extractor up. I don't know if it's running. Well, it should be running because there's only 5 drones in the main mining minerals. But as I stated, he will be able to catch up in the gas count. And if he can build up his drone count himself, this may be going into a kind of an even state in the mid game.
Yeah, very much might. DuGu, though, trying to get in here, it looks like, and do a little bit of damage. He's got to know he's been down on workers, scouted that worker lead for XIaoshuai, and yeah, okay, picks off 1 drone right away and a Scourge. Another drone going down. Scourge coming in here.
Those are really nice moving shots, but the question is, can any of these Scourge connect? Because right now, XIaoshuai has the Muta lead. It's like 9 versus 5, but the moving shots are fantastic from DuGu, and XIaoshuai is running for his life. Finally, some Scourge connect. How many are left over? It's 5 versus 4. So now DuGu needs to run, but look at that drone count machine. It's 11-9 in favor of DuGu.
During that entire engagement, there was a Zergling that snuck to the natural. XIaoshuai was picking off drones, and yeah, DuGu's done it. Wow, this is a miraculous comeback. from DuGu.
I can't believe he's going to win this game. All of those mutas are badly injured, but none of them fall, and with a 2 muta lead throughout like the first couple minutes of the game, somehow DuGu wins the fight.
He just wasn't able to quite close it out. He had a big lead going into that engagement. I mean, I can't stress enough, Overgas is such a hard counter to 9-pool. It really looked like DuGu was up against the fence there, but with some incredible control and, I mean, good Scourge connections, honestly. Like, that's really what sealed the deal, was so many Scourge were able to get those individual connections onto those Beetleus, and he was able to pull that one back. So very, very well played there from DuGu. And with that, he will go up in the series 2-1.
Yeah, and now he's 1 game away. And if you're winning a game like that where you're down big time in build order, you're going to be feeling really confident going into the final map. But the remaining maps are all 4 players except for Monopoly. You really want to have the scouting advantage this time around if you can get it.
Definitely. I can't stress enough, like, that scout advantage for XIaoshuai that first game, you know, that second game or third game or whatever, was just very, very difficult for DuGu to come back from. But, you know, he rallied, he didn't get overzealous, didn't get, you know, over aggressive, and was able to pull that one back. So I wonder what map XIaoshuai will end up picking from here. Do you just pick a 4-player map and say, hey, screw it, let's you know, let's go ahead and flip a coin, see how this one goes, go for something like a 12 hatch, or do you try to play maybe standard, maybe do more of a safer opener like a 9-pool, and try to play your way out of it like DuGu just did? Guess we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, there it is, Monopoly.
Yeah, you called it. Another 3-player map, you know, less bases to scout, less potential for shenanigans, let's say. So pretty solid pick for this matchup. And with that, we are ready to get into game number 4 here of DuGu versus XIaoshuai. And here we go. And spawning at the bottom left as the red Zerg, it is XIaoshuai.
Yep, and in the top left position, up 2-1, it's DuGu. This time around, both players will intercept their overlord, so it's not going to be any scout advantage for either side. And I just remembered that there is actually another 3-player map in the map pool. It is Longinus.
Oh,
so
right.
Zergs also had that option to pick. Now, last game, or not last game, the Overwatch game, I was looking at the drone counts in the early stages. Looks like XIaoshuai has a better spawn, because if you watch, his drone count is going to go to 8 faster. I mean, it's very slight, but, you know, at the top level, Scan mentions it in ASL all the time, the, you know, boosted mineral patches, it is a factor in definitely ZVZ, where every drone matters.
Yeah, it really is. You need those earlier, you know, boosted mineral patches to be mining immediately, just to fully take advantage of, you know, everything. This is actually going to be, once again, another overgas read from XIaoshuai. Meanwhile, DuGu going for that 9-pull once again, so this is kind of a repeat of last game's build orders. Kind of an odd Overlord scout pattern from XIaoshuai, I'll say. I don't know why you wouldn't go counterclockwise towards mid-right, but it's going to end up paying off for him here. And both players will get first scout off at the start of this one.
Yep, so again, we're going to have like that 70 gas lead for XIaoshuai, for XIaoshuai. So, as you stated, it's going to be gas lead, it's going to be drone lead, there's going to be Ling lead for DuGu, but it's such a tiny choke on Monopoly. I mean, it's even tinier than Sylphid.
It's going to be layer lead for XIaoshuai, though. That's a big one. I mean, faster spire. Oh, never mind. It seems a little delayed then.
Well, his pool's not done. It just now finished.
Yeah. Maybe it was delayed pool. Either way, I mean, layers are just about timed, you know, at the same time. XIaoshuai only mining with 2 on gas? I don't know what this is actually from XIaoshuai.
Well, that's exactly what he did last game. I think it's to get his mineral income slightly better. He has that 70 gas advantage because of going over gas. He doesn't necessarily need to be mining with 3 on gas the entire time.
Okay, I'll have to try this. Honestly, I usually do 3 on gas, but
Yeah. So see, look, he can afford that hatch in his main. So now he's gonna have larva lead, and he's up 2 workers. So now he can put onto gas, and look at the gas. It's gonna be dead even. So this seems just, well, I mean, he needs to put on now if he wants to have even gas. Now it seems like we're kind of getting into an excessively long time not being on the gas with 3. There we go. Maybe no, still no.
now he has. But yeah, like you say, this is actually going to be a gas disadvantage now for XIaoshuai off an overgas opener. I don't think that's very common. It's actually 8 Zerglings as well from XIaoshuai. So what this is DuGu made a read, and he's been droning off of this. We even see a drone advantage so far here for DuGu, and more drones in production.
Well, he has to be careful because I'm looking at the vision for DuGu, and he doesn't know whether it's drones or lings. We see that it's lings. And of course, the hatchery for XIaoshuai in the main is slightly faster. So if DuGu continues to drone, which he just did, he is under threat of getting overrun by an excessive amount of lings.
This was a big read here from XIaoshuai.
Oh my
I think
God.
He planned this. I think he pulled off gas to get these extra lings. Ooh.
Did you see that pullback from DuGu though? That was fantastic trade, but he's still going to lose the fight. But it's 3 versus 5, which is still fine. Okay, he's just going to branch off these lings, go for a counterattack. He's not producing anything. So these 3 lings should be able to at least disrupt the mining.
Yeah, and they definitely will. Already getting in here, forcing some drones to be pulled from that mineral line. We see all of the larvae being spent here for XIaoshuai. Meanwhile, Ling counter for XIaoshuai now going on into the main of DuGu. Oh, but just kind of sitting there. Oh my gosh, this is massive, massive damage here from DuGu. Drones coming in, trying to get a little bit of a surround and actually trading fairly well here against XIaoshuai's Zerglings. And suddenly, DuGu in a phenomenal position once again.
Yeah, he's up 4 workers. He's got, I think, Muta lead 3 versus 4, but the Scourge almost connect, right? They do connect. Now it's 3 plus a Muta. Oh no, they didn't connect. It's 4 versus 3, 5 versus 3, but here come 4 more Scourge. Look at the control from DuGu. Absolutely amazing. It's still 4 versus 3. 5 versus 3.
His own. Oh man, just staying right on top. Yeah, it's over. He just slaughtered him. And good game is called there from XIaoshuai. And with that, DuGu will be moving on. That is a 3-1 victory for him. Man, and 2 of those games, he was definitely build order countered and just made the miraculous comeback with some phenomenal Muta and Zergling control. So very well done there from DuGu.
Yeah, it looked like DuGu's just better in that particular matchup. Like the Ling control at the ramp. Did you see him pull back the 2 and then get back into position and get another hit off and then back off again? And then he insta counters with just 3 lings. And at the same time, XIaoshuai was attacking. But if you notice, his four lings that got across the map kind of sat at the ramp. So he was getting out multitasked, out controlled. It just looked like DuGu's just flat out better in that particular matchup. So no shocker there, I guess, to see him move on 3-1. That was impressive, and that means he is going to be our first finalist sitting in the winners match. And remember, he beat Mihu already, so if Mihu comes through the bottom side, he's gonna he may lose again. I mean, DuGu's looking really, really good, not just in ZVZ but also ZVT.
Yeah, he absolutely is a force to be reckoned with here. Not surprising seeing the guy that knocked out Mihu ends up taking the upper bracket finals here. So DuGu doing an excellent job there.
Yeah, and look at the bracket. We just saw BusTerran absolutely obliterate Fengzi. What's that score say between BusTerran and DuGu? Does that say 3-0 DuGu?
Yeah, I guess it was 3-0 DuGu. Oh man, kind of crazy to me that DuGu is just doing so well, only dropping that single game to XIaoshuai even after the build order losses. Man, he's gonna be really tough to stop, man. But yeah, as we take a look at this bracket here, obviously our next match is going to be the lower quarterfinals. One we've really been anticipating here: Mihu going up against Zhanhun, Terran versus Protoss, and this is really the match we've been calling from the start of the Asia Championship series here.
Yeah, this is what everybody wants to see. Zhanhun had such a run last season, and of course BSL champion Mihu. Everybody wants to see who's going to be moving on, and also, is Mihu finally going to be eliminated? Is this the season where not only does he get a loss, which rarely happens, is he actually going to be eliminated from the BSL? But our winner bracket final is over. We're going to go into a break, and then we will come back with that series and find out who's going to be facing off versus BusTerran in the loser bracket semifinals.
There's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Welcome back, everybody, to BSL15 Asia Championships playoffs. We've had some pretty incredible series today. Towards the top of that list, I'd have to say would be the last ZVZ series we just witnessed, with DuGu taking on XIaoshuai, coming out the victor with 3-1. And now we get the matchup we've been raving about this entire time. Mihu, former BSL champ the last couple seasons, will be taking on Zhanhun, a very formidable macro Protoss, and definitely someone who could potentially take a series off of a player like Mihu. So that's honestly what makes this one quite interesting to me.
Yeah, for sure. Even though Zhanhun lost to Mihu last season, the game that I was most hopeful for was his game on Good Night. Like, it was so close for Zhanhun to take it that I thought, okay, if he can beat Mihu even just one, well, then this guy's going to have the answer for Mihu and maybe end up eliminating him. We know that wasn't the case. Mihu did end up winning the whole thing. But I think Zhanhun, now that it's been a couple months, now that he's played against Mihu in a tournament, this time around he'll be more prepared. And I think that these are good maps for Protoss. Like, we've got Monopoly, which is Monopoly's not a good map for Terran versus Protoss. However, if you can draw Terran out of position, it's hard to scramble back and get into a defensive posture. I mean, it's one of those maps where it really tests your multitask. And we've got other good maps like Vermeer. We've got Butter, a 2-player map. We've got Overwatch, which is, probably Bonus' favorite map. If Zhanhun can go carriers, get into a good position to go carriers, it's almost impossible to engage on that map. So I really do think Zhanhun's got a good shot to take down Mihu.
Yeah, I like the mentioning of Overwatch. It is truly a great map, and something that you can't help but think of Boneth whenever you think of that map. I mean, he's just put on some phenomenal clinics PvT on that map in particular. So it'll be interesting to see what maps each of these players ends up selecting in this matchup here. But yeah, this is only going to be a best of 3, right? So not a whole lot of games for each of these players to really just kind of feel each other out. They're going to have to just go for the throat, immediately, because you can't really make a mistake once you get to this kind of level.
Yeah, that is definitely true. So first game's going to be big time important for both players. Waiting to see what our map is going to be, and it is going to be Overwatch. As I stated, this is a great carrier map, but the question is Zhanhun a carrier player? I don't remember him going for that. So let's see what he's going to pull out. Our first game is ready. Mihu versus Zhanhun on Overwatch.
And spawning at the top left of Overwatch as the Red Terran, it's Mihu.
I already love it, man. In the bottom right, he's up to no good. It is Zhanhun, and this might be in-base gates. Remember, Quark beat Mihu with in-base gates, and this is a map where you can do it. We'll see if Mihu remembers that game. You also have to factor in, this is not a ladder map. So how many times has somebody actually in-base gated him on this map recently? Is it fresh in his mind? Maybe not. Also, DeWalt, was it a show match? I can't remember exactly, but also in-base gated him.
Really?
Oh, in the finals of last season, also in-base gated him on Eclipse. So actually, recently, there's been a couple times that Mihu faced it. He ended up dying to Quirk. DeWalt attacked slightly too early. You kind of need to wait for the 3 Zealots. But if Zhanhun waits for the 3 Zealots, this could be game-ending for him. I love how the probe comes in. Now, as I've stated before, if the probe instantly gas steals, you can be pretty confident that this is not proxy. So the fact that the probe instantly went there kind of makes me think that Mihu may have no idea. Now, he needs to be careful to not bounce that SCV into vision of the gateway. Pylon block, is that too fast?
I think that's too fast. I think that's showing your hand a little bit. I don't know.
Oh my god, look how close it is! It just barely misses.
That's kind of odd to show the pylon this early, right? Like,
yeah, that feels very quick, and what I'm a bit surprised that it's not 2-gate. It is just 1, so it's not a committed all in here. He does actually have big probe count compared to someone like J-Star yesterday, who just refused to build workers off of his 2-gate opener. Now that's a double pylon block. This actually does look normal. This is very disguised, and hello, there's a zealot here. Needs a battery. There we go.
Battery goes down just as he shows the zealot. Probe and zealot getting on top of individual SCVs, but Mihu so far doing a great job pulling this.
Oh my gosh, how did he block that zealot in? That's fantastic. I can't believe that this zealot has gotten no kills off. He's gonna finally no, he doesn't find a kill there. But what makes this even harder to deal with is the pylon. If you just A-move your Marine, it's going to shoot a pylon most likely, unless you specifically target fire the zealot. But regardless, look how many SCVs are mining. You can count on one hand how many are mining. It's like 5, because the double pylon block is so annoying.
And with that, the shield battery going to be unpowered. Actually, I don't even think he got a shield regenerate out of that thing the entire time it's been alive. A lot of weak SCVs, but none of them quite falling.
Yeah, actually, this is a big blunder for Zhanhun. None of the SCVs dying, as you stated, and then the Zealot's not getting healed by the battery. That Zealot is so low health. Mihu not able to catch it. He's trying to get in range of the battery. You can see the Marine was trying to get it. And Zhanhun actually only up 1 worker, but it is 3 Zealots. That's so annoying. I would say, luckily for Mihu, Zhanhun hasn't been mining gas at all. There's no cybernetics. If there was a goon here, this would be a completely different story. But for now, Mihu's still in an okay spot.
So is Zhanhun, though. There's plenty of potential damage in these Zealots. Still has that shield battery available here. And I mean, Mihu's just fighting for his own mineral line at this point.
Yeah, and that depot that didn't get built, that means that Mihu's just constantly supply blocked. Like, his command center wasn't blinking forever. No Marines were being pumped out, so these 3 Zealots are still wreaking havoc. He's still supply blocked. Now it's 28 to 18. 4 worker lead for Protoss. His cybernetics is going to complete pretty soon. And there's still no factory anywhere. Mihu has 200 gas, but he can't build anything.
The 1 Zealot just continuing to peck away at that depot. If that depot goes down, that could be game, honestly.
Yeah, he just doesn't have any place to build additional depots. Look at the Zealot get healed up and kill another SCV. Finally, all the Zealots get cleaned up, but there's going to be a goon coming out pretty soon. And, maybe it can't deal game-ending damage, but it can range the bottom side of that mineral line. It can range that refinery. It can prevent a factory from being built.
Yeah, still no factory underway. Oh, there we go. First factory just now starting to go down here for Mihu. Mihu also focusing down the pylon for the gateway in the main. We'll have to fight a couple of Zealots here. So good work once again from Zhanhun, just continuing this pressure, trying to delay as long as possible.
Oh my gosh, so many Marines are low health. There's like 3 of them that are one-shottable. If the goon gets out, he's going to have a field day, which he is. The Zealots bought the perfect amount of time. Hello, goon. You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. They're all gone. All of them are gone. They're all dead.
Oh my gosh, man. He's got to try to get some type of like a surround on that with the SCVs or something. Ooh, SCV's still focusing down that pylon. He wants this pylon dead. And it will finally fall, preventing another goon from getting in. So that's probably going to be a canceled goon. From here, Zhanhun will most likely just have to rally back at the base and kind of get to the next portion of this game. SCV's being pulled once again.
Zhanhun can just back off and expand off of this. He's done so much damage, or he can just suicide his remaining army for SCVs. I mean, that's fine too. He's dealt so much damage. Kill the Vulture at least. Yeah, that's fantastic. Vulture being killed means that he doesn't have to worry about a Vulture run by anywhere. He doesn't have to worry about mines being set up for a while. And he can just compound this lead with a Nexus, which he is. And Mihu, he doesn't have gas. He doesn't have minerals. He doesn't have a command center. All those Marines got one-shotted, so he can't even follow up with like an FD push. There's nothing going for him.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. First tank just now starting. It's just about the only thing he has to show for his efforts. Gosh, it's got to be so frustrating having the Protoss just dictate your early game opener with all those pylon blocks, the shield battery in your mineral line. Just mining minerals feels like such a chore at that point.
Oh my gosh, 10 worker advantage almost for Mihu. I mean, for Zhanhun. The gateway being knocked down and being visible to seeing 5 Marines, I mean, that's a huge tell also, because now you know Mihu's going for a push or an FD or something. So now all Zhanhun has to do is either get a Reaver or Observer. It doesn't matter as long as he has 2 gate production, and he'll easily just decimate this attack, and then there's no follow-up for Mihu. If Mihu was to expand off of building 5 Marines like this, I would be very surprised, because this feels like he just has to go for an attack.
Yeah, I mean, he's really in desperation mode here. He saw that giant probe transfer from Zhanhun, has recognized that, you know, obviously he's not cutting any kind of probes. It's, you know, this was not some kind of gimmicky all-in. He's got to get some type of an advantage here. And he is moving out with 2 tanks, 5 Marines remaining. Finally started a command center at his own natural, but we know this is actually going to be a Reaver from Zhanhun. And I think the Reaver might even be done by the time this force from Mihu arrives.
Yeah, Reaver is really the okay, you have no chance of getting it. Like, that's the complete shutdown. He could have gone Observer if he wanted to have, you know, a less expensive counter. I mean, either one, he would have countered this. There's just not enough DPS. However, Mihu has the best control of his Vultures and Marines when he does attacks like this. So I guess, I mean, look at this. It just, everything just gets melted. Like, this is why I said you literally just needed 2 gate and Observer, but the Reaver would have just massacred everything. The 3rd base will get denied, which I guess is great for Mihu, but his command center just now starting, so he's way behind.
Yeah, command center just now starting. I mean, tank count not very high, and we do have that Reaver on the field here. I almost feel like Zhanhun could just keep the Dragoons back, you know, maybe use them to take his own 3rd, and then counter with the Reaver in the main. We have no turrets, just that bunker, which doesn't have any Marines in it. This is more potential big damage here from Zhanhun.
Yep, the shuttle coming into the main. And turrets are not done. There's nothing in the bunker either, so you can just unload. Or you can just fly. Oh, he catches that tank, but it didn't fire! It did not fire! These are the types of moves that Mihu needs to slowly crawl back into the game. He's still down 20 workers. But the Reaver not doing damage is a big deal. Now the Reaver's kind of stuck. It's gonna be shot by turrets. The question is there enough damage, or is there enough tanks and Vultures to deal with the goons? The answer is no. That's a dead barracks. He needs to lift this command center. There's no siege mode either, because remember, he went for mines.
Yeah, no siege mode, no way to truly deal with this shuttle Reaver at the moment. Wow, tank even being picked off on the high ground. Oh, and Reaver getting some nice connections on the mineral line once again for Mihu. I mean, he's just having such a hard time even mining his main.
Yeah, well, Zhanhun, he does need to be careful not to lose all these goons. The command center didn't die. 25 worker lead when Terran only has 27 workers. What a massive advantage for Zhanhun. He's up 84 supply to 43, but Mihu does hold. For now, he didn't lose that many SCVs to the Reaver drop. But Zhanhun's 3rd base, it's up and running now, and he's starting to flood in those gateways. There's the Citadel, so he's not just stuck on, you know, Gateway Reaver. He is going to start transitioning. Another shuttle coming out.
Yeah, this is still 3rd base. You know, for Zhanhun, he's got all of his tech that he really needs for the moment. Massive probe count lead here. Just everything feels like it's in the favor of Zhanhun.
Yeah, it would be just one of the biggest blunders ever if Zhanhun throws this game or even lets Mihu get a third base. I mean, he has no production. It's 2 fact. He has 4 tanks. Half of his production is into vultures, so the tank count isn't even that scary. All Zhanhun needs to do is macro up to 200, go Storm or go Arbiter or go Carriers. Really, it doesn't matter the tech that you pick as long as it's a lot of something. It looks like he's going to be pumping out those shuttles because that's kind of meta these days. But he's got a 50 supply lead.
I really would have liked to see the Carrier. We keep harping on it, but they're so good. You know, in the later stages of this matchup, and especially when you're in a game where you know Terran really doesn't have the potential to kind of have a big like move out of Siege Tank Vulture before your carriers arrive. It just seems like an optimal situation for it. But I say that 5 tanks moving out here for Mihu.
It's just so insane to me how vultures get out on the map and get kills, and now we have a 5 tank, 6 vulture move out at 13 minutes. Keep that in mind. There's 2 facts. He lost his barracks, so he can't even build factories, and he's confident that he's going to be able to get something done here. He's moving into position at bottom middle. There's no nexus there, so instead he's going to swoop around to the natural, and actually this army has a fighting shot versus what Zhanhun has. Maybe not with the shuttle coming in and bombing on top of the tanks and vultures. And yeah, this is going to be pushed back, and this may be just a GG coming out because of how overwhelming Zhanhun's army is.
It's just so much Protoss at this point. I mean, he got so much of an advantage from that proxied gateway in the main, and he's just continuing to carry it over. It really just shows you know, how good of a player Zhanhun is to just not throw from there, I guess, right? Like he, you know, a lesser player might have given Mihu an opening for some harass, or, you know, would have stepped off the gas and allowed Mihu to sit back and macro up, but Zhanhun just continuing to press and really just continues to have all, you know, utilize all the better options available to him.
Well, that's, I think, a command center for Mihu, so he is going to try and get that third base. Yep, there's the armory, so he's going into +1. There's the patented 4 fact from Mihu. He needs to have that right now. You can see he's slowly building that turret line, trying to get up a position to try and secure that third base. 5th fact needs to be coming in ASAP. Zhanhun, no more probes, just pure production. He's got his 4th base going up at top right. Didn't see if there was a Stargate anywhere, but I know he's got like 8 gate production. There's Templar Archive. Oh, double robo. I mean, if there's any way to throw a lead, this is how you do it. Shuttles are 200 each. They don't deal damage. Like, I realize you can shuttle bomb on top of units, but if you know, unload on mines, get caught in an area where turrets can actually kill your shuttles, you can lose a lot of supply really quickly. And as we've stated before, Mihu's never a slouch on SCVs. He's 55 workers now. If he can secure this base, if there's a big blunder like 3 shuttles going down, I realize it would still be a huge lead for Zhanhun, but it would be 3 base eco for Mihu. However, Zhanhun, he sees a vulnerable position, and here he comes.
Yep, he's charging right in here with these zealot legs. Shuttle coming in as well to dive bomb on top of these tanks on high ground. And only unloads a single zealot on top there. I guess he just kind of wants that for the vision. But Mihu, you know, doing all right. It seemed like I was seeing a lot of blue goo, but still, there's just so much Protoss here from Zhanhun.
Yeah, it's just too big of a lead. It was a 100 supply lead. If you saw that fight, it was 185 supply to 85. Like, you're just never going to win that as Terran. However, after the first few volleys from the tanks, if you notice, Zhanhun's supply went down to 155, and Mihu's was still at just 85. So it was an effective trade for Mihu. The problem is, it's just too much. It's too much of a deficit. If it was only 50 supply, I think he could have held it, actually. But Zhanhun, he takes game 1, and we stated that game 1, super important because it's only best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's the beginning of the series. There's no real time for these players to feel each other out, and Zhanhun going to be taking the next lead. That means this is now do or die for Mihu. He has to win both of these next games in order to even just stay in the tournament at this point. Zhanhun, though, looking very strong, as we knew he would be going into this matchup. And yeah, I think he deserved that lead, honestly. It was some pretty phenomenal play from him.
Did he though? Let's get Artosis on the mic. I want to hear his input on whether he deserved it. Like, wow, he sent one of his first 4 probes to my main on a 2-player map, and he built a pylon there. That's what he would say. What a talented player.
What a talented player, man. What a talented player. I don't know. It's interesting play for sure. I mean, there was a chance I still get scouted, and he ends up losing because of it too. To be fair, but yeah, I don't know. If you're Mihu and you're in this spot, what map would you pick?
Not butter. That's for sure.
Butter.
I would pick Monopoly. Because even though we saw Quark gateway him there, Mihu looked unkillable on this map. I remember in the previous BSL, he went for like a split map-ish scenario, and it was just impenetrable. He just could not be broken. So I would say Monopoly is a good pick. Vermeer is going to be the new Polypoid. Wouldn't be surprised at that. Not Gladiator. Longinus, another good map. But definitely no, sir. Not Butter. I mean, Sylphan's great too. What? Why would you pick this? It's another 2-player map.
Well, I mean, at least the probe's going to have to travel a little bit longer to proxy those gateways inside the main. But yeah, it seems like Mihu maybe knows something we don't here. With that, game number 2 will be Butter between Zhanhun versus Mihu, and we are ready to get into the game, so let's get to it. And spawning at the top right as the red Terran, we have Mihu.
It is, man. It's out again. And in the bottom right, we've got Zhanhun. And the funny thing is I was very worried for Mihu because last season he also picked Butter. And I thought he would pick this, but I would not have picked it. 100% I would not have picked it. But thinking back after the Quark games, I remember when he picked this map, he did scout his main once he picked Butter. So if Zhanhun proxy gates like he might go for again, okay, he's not. I think it's smart to build the gateways over to the side this time around, because I remember specifically that Mihu did scout his main last time when we saw him on Butter.
Got it. I mean, that just makes sense, right? Especially in a situation like this where it's do or die. He's gotta win every single game from now on. Like, you gotta remove those variables as best you can by doing things like scouting your main.
Now,
Can't believe it's Butter, man. Can't believe it.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say I was wondering if the pylon and gateway are enough off to the side to kind of be disguised, but now he just put the gateway back towards the center of the map, and I would say that it's most likely going to get scouted. Now, as I've stated before, if you see that probe instantly go to your gas without harassing your gate or your barracks, usually you're not being proxied, but this time around he is. But it is like a 136 gas steal, which is kind of cutting it close. So Mihu may think that it could be a proxy, but did you notice that SCV did go down the bottom just slightly to make sure there's no proxy gates? And look, he scouts his nat too, because like I told you, he remembers once you do it to him once.
And he sees the gateway outside the main, so cat's out of the bag here. He knows exactly what's going on from our Protoss player. Ooh, second barracks. I was wondering if we'd see the second barracks go down, and we will. So Mihu here. Oh.
Got him. And that's a dead SCV. Now, what I like to do is I like 2 SCVs on the pylon, because 2 SCVs, even though it's not a ton of DPS, it's enough to make Protoss make a decision with his second Zealot. Because if you don't keep it there, then the pylon dies. Now, I realize the probe is still alive, but if the probe gets eliminated, then you can't rebuild the pylon, right? So it's crucial that this probe dies. it's actually crucial that Zhanhun pays attention to this SCVs because the pylon or the SCV does a surprisingly decent amount of damage over time. And
Yeah.
he did.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna have to push that off, and it looks like on the mini map he did end up pushing the SCV off. Good reaction from
Yeah.
Mihu though, pulling off, and
And
now
look
back to work.
Look at that pylon. It's 250 health. That's from one SCV. That's a lot of damage.
Maybe you send the probe back to go fight it now? I don't know. I guess he needs the probe to deal damage to these Marines, though.
The Zealots got that SCV. That's a big deal. Now, as I stated, just like in last game, the buildings are a big issue when fighting Zealot probe. If you A move and get in range of the assimilator, the Marines will just continue to shoot it. Now that was some gypsy level control right there. Loses 0 Marines, and now it's 5-6 Marines versus 1 Zealot. They are one-shottable. Look, he pulls out all 3 of them. However, Zhanhun still gets 3 of the Marines knocked down. Now, this is an issue for Zhanhun because that's a lot of units being pumped out of those 2 barracks. It's going to be 7 Marines versus just a single Zealot. And remember, the pylon's low. This gateway or this goon may get canceled.
Yeah, very much might. I mean, he needs this Dragoon to get out, or this could be a serious counterattack timing here from Mihu, from these two barracks. Actually, just ignoring that Zealot even, he knows. And now he could just back up with, the Marines that he has produced in the main to defend this Zealot and put on some counter pressure of his own.
Yeah, this is 7 Marines with 2 SCVs, and I think that the SCVs kind of went unnoticed. So Zhanhun, he desperately needs that range. He may even need a battery. And what he can't do is he can't let those SCVs get in the back of the goon and body block. Good double repair here to buy time and make sure that this... No! Okay, I thought that those SCVs were going to get behind the goon and seal him in.
Oh, that SCV might fall. Never mind. Good timing there from Mihu, once again pulling those SCVs back for that double repair. And probes being pulled now. Ooh, but good focus fire here from Mihu, getting on top of these probes and dealing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, he had the magic number of 7, which one shot in a single volley all those probes. So now it's 23 workers to just 13. However, it's Marine Medic. The goons are going to have range advantage for a long time, and you just need, well, technically you only need 4 to one-shot a Marine. However, with the medic support, you're generally looking for 5, and that is going to be DT follow-up, which is actually perfect, because even though he has scans, you can't scan forever. Not on one comp stat, at least.
I wonder if Mihu will expect DT.
Oh, look at this.
And save the scans. Ooh, catches the 4 Marine. This is a nice little counter play from Mihu, but unfortunately it goes noticed.
Yeah, it goes noticed, and he's also going to reveal stem, I think. Did he stem? No, he did not stem. Okay, it's imperative that he does not reveal stem. He wants to hide it as long as possible. And, well, now it's been revealed because the medics have been shown. Range coming in, there's the stem, and these Marines do get picked off. That was a very cute idea, though. If they went unscouted, 4 Marines would burst the probe line so fast, and also get a scout off onto the DTs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little unfortunate that ended up getting tracked, but okay. We have Marines moving in here. Looks like they're just going to stem, tear down this unpowered gateway. But Zhanhun looking to get aggressive, actually. Focuses down 1 Marine already.
Yep, he has the 4 that I talked about, so when they're stemmed, they're going to get one-shotted before the medic can heal them up. But really, 5 is what you're looking for. But this is why Marine Medic is so hard to make work versus goons. They don't have range for a long time. He's getting a lot of pot shots off. Every stem is energy on the medics. Eventually, he's going to run out of energy, and then all he has left are Marines with no range. There's no command center. There's no tank. And the goons can just sit in an arc outside of his natural, and Mihu will never get out.
And I mean, behind this, it's DT as well,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah, and he has no idea.
Right. Yeah, this is really just not looking too good for Mihu here, unfortunately.
Well, he's going to
count
have...
26 to the 23 of Zhanhun.
He has 3 scans available. It's great that he didn't blow any of his scans, but he really needs to have that eBay, because Zhanhun's probably building 3rd and 4th DT, And if you split them up, well, you're just not going to have the energy to deal with all 4 of the DTs. That is a very strong army from Mihu, though. The SCV is going to get picked off. Nexus has gone down for Zhanhun, and even though he had that 10-worker disadvantage, he's caught up.
First scan going off. DT taking down a single Marine before falling. Turret actually being placed in the main at the entrance, and second scan, that DT will also fall immediately. So far, this DT tech not truly paying off here for Mihu. He did cause force a couple scans, killed a single Marine, but that's about it.
Yeah, it looks like it's not going to get the damage that he wanted, but it does prevent Mihu from getting out, and it forces Command Center to be built in the main. And of course, Terran's never going to feel confident moving out with just a single scan. You can't build a turret in the time it takes with just one scan. And I think that's his final scan gone. Yeah, he has 15 seconds until he gets another scan, so the DT can deny the turret again a little bit longer. And behind this, Zhanhun just powering. There's a Robo. There's the third gate. However, Marine Medic Ball is still damn high.
Yeah, it's massive, man. These numbers are not being whittled down like they were at the beginning of this. Here we go. Final scan, moving out. Oh, I don't know why he ran into the DT there, but DT will take out a couple Marines before falling. And yeah, suddenly Zhanhun, trying to move in here, only has these 5 Dragoons remaining in order to defend his own natural. So he's just trying to buy time. Second factory almost completed for Mihu.
Yeah, if there was no DT tech, I would say Mihu probably has an unstoppable army, but because there is, and he has the limited scans, I would probably say this is pretty much an even game state. However, tech is heavily in favor of Zhanhun right now. He's got the Reaver tech, he's got the Templar tech already done. No Stargate just yet, but he's got a decent probe lead, and Mihu just now landing his command center. And because of Mihu's playstyle, I don't think he has an armory, so +1, +2 power spike is not going to be anytime soon, obviously. However, he is going to have double comsat now. You got to think about that, and he hasn't had his ball whittled down for a long time. It's 5 tanks pushing with it also.
I mean, we do have Reaver tech, though. We also have that archive, so there is storm potential as well from Zhanhun. The longer this game goes, I feel like the less effective this bio ball is going to become. So Mihu, it looks like he just wants to get across the map, wants to get some kind of a trade for this big force before the game goes on too much longer.
Yeah, these 5 goons, they are annoying. And even though it doesn't look like a lot, that buys time. And also at the same time, 5 goons is enough to one-shot Marines and 2-shot tanks. So Mihu can't feel confident just rallying. So this is kind of a stuck army while Zhanhun's building up those Reavers. So this is fantastic play from Zhanhun. Oh, you gotta be careful. Remember, those Marines have stim.
Oh yeah, if he got underneath that shuttle and picked it off, that would have been big. But shuttle does get the unload. Tanks caught out of position here, and Reaver connecting onto this bio ball.
Yeah, and all the tanks die, and that was a huge win for Zhanhun right there. That alleviates so much pressure. 5 tanks are gone. The Marine count whittled down. He almost lost no gateway units. And you know that this is not a guy that has big eco. So he's going to go for a counterattack. He's going to catch all these Marines. Ooh, almost loses the shuttle, though. For now, I think Zhanhun should just back off because there still is a lot of tanks at the natural.
Yeah, he'll probably just end up scouting it out here with the shuttle, looking for any kind of entrance that he could get some damage done, and then most likely just take us third off of this as well. Probably a good call.
Yep, I see that he's got like 5 or 6 gate in his main, so he definitely was respecting for the potential to get busted. He didn't lack on his production at all. He is taking his third base at mid-right. That's a second Reaver. Now what I am worried about is last game we saw the double Robo. I mean, double Robo, triple Robo, it can be good, but if you do have poor engagements, shuttles are expensive. They don't scale into the late game, so you do have to be careful if you do opt into that. So far I haven't seen the double Robo, but it is just something to be looking out for.
if you're Mihu here, you stop bio production altogether at this point, right? Yeah, okay. It
Yeah.
looks like he has floated his barracks. Getting that factory count up.
Here we go. This is an engagement. It's not that many tanks. The double Reaver is going to pack such a punch. That is so many goons and so many zealots. I was getting worried actually for Zhanhun because if you look at the workers, it's 47-40, but he's hitting at a moment where Mihu was way too far forward, didn't have critical mass tanks, didn't have the vulture support because he's just now completing his 3rd, 4th, and 5th factory, and this could be it, Machine, the champ, so close to being busted. That's a huge hit. Takes down a lot of the SCVs.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Mines was just seconds off, and he might have been able to hold this timing, but as is this double Reaver drop paired with so many Dragoons here, going to be honestly just ransacking this Terran natural. All the SCVs are forced to retreat or either die, and Mines going down in the main here, trying to save these factories and continue production. Reaver's starting to get on top of this siege tank as well. Another siege tank will fall, and this has just been so much damage to the Terran.
Yeah, I thought Zhanhun had cut too many workers and that Mihu was actually going to start scaling into mid and late game in a decent position. But when you cut workers, that money's going somewhere, and it went into a ton of goons and zealots, and he's just going to massacre a lot of the Terran forces. He's massacred the natural. The Reaver falls, but the tank count is non-existent. It's 6-gate production. He rallies in, and there it is. GG. Zhanhun. He's going to eliminate Mihu and send him out of BSL for the first time ever.
The champ has fallen, man, and there is a new one. Zhanhun, I mean, we were calling it from the start. When I was watching Zhanhun play last season, I was like, ooh, this is a threat. Like, this is a Protoss who truly knows how to macro, has shown incredible mechanics and, wonderful decision-making. Still, though, it's a shocker to see Mihu go out 2-0 in such a fashion, particularly in TVP, which, I mean, Mihu looked unstoppable in TVP, leading into this series. So very, very well done there from Zhanhun, and he'll be moving on.
Yeah, Mihu, every single series, he goes 4-fact or something like that. And I realize this was not a 4-fact, right? But it's the similar idea. He's out on the map with a timing, and I've talked about it multiple seasons. Reaver is the answer. You buy time with the gateway units, you get the Reaver out, and you just shut it down. And you can see that that's how it goes. Like, the timing gets shut down, and now Terran's stuck, and you just scale. I mean, it's not exactly the same because it was a Marine Medic game, but it was nicely played from Zhanhun, and I'm happy to see that he went Reaver and didn't try and Gateway Man, because Marine Medic shreds Gateway Man, absolutely shreds it. So nicely done from Zhanhun, and he's going to be moving on, and it sets us up for another TVP with the bus.
The bus, man. He's still there. He's still scrapping away. So yeah, if there's any Protoss, or Terran rather, that can live up to Zhanhun and give him a good series, it's definitely going to be the bus. I'm pretty excited to see this one, honestly. BusTerran, actually, to be honest with you, was playing similar to how Mihu did in the last series, right? He was doing a lot of 2 racks counters to these proxy gate openers, but then would pull all of his SCVs and just run straight for the Protoss main, and he won with it multiple times. So it'd be kind of interesting to see if maybe he goes for something similar here against Zhanhun when they end up facing off.
Yeah, well, we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll come back with that series, I think. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be another epic TVP.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to BSL15 Asia Championships playoffs. We just witnessed greatness, man. We saw Mihu, widely regarded as the best Chinese player, fall to Zhanhun 2-0 in incredible fashion. And because of that, up next, we're going to have Zhanhun moving on to face the BusTerran, in the winner or loser bracket loser bracket semifinals. So almost at the finals there. But yeah, it's gonna be Bus going up against Zhanhun. What do you think of this, Nyokin?
Well, you're telling me that BusTerran's pulling the boys, he's BBSing TVP, but Zhanhun's also proxicating both games. So this should be interesting to see how both players respond. I'm sure BusTerran is aware of how Zhanhun just played versus Mihu. So maybe contemplating, okay, what do I do versus this guy? Do I try to get equally aggressive? Zhanhun also probably aware of that, saying, okay, well, he's aware that I just played aggro. Do I mix it up? Do I 12 Nexus? Wouldn't be surprised if we finally see a 12 Nexus game.
I'm so surprised we haven't, honestly. I feel like it's such a strong opener. And for whatever reason, never saw J-Star do it. Haven't seen Zhanhun really utilize it so far. Maybe partially, some of that has to do with map selections or something. But, I mean, even still, Butter seems like it would be a fine 12 Nexus map. We just haven't seen it yet.
Well, Artosis would tell you every map's a fine 12 Nexus map. And I would kind of agree. It's really hard to deal with. You can, well, maybe not Bloodbath. If you're 12 Nexusing there and Terran still can't stop it, we need to get David Kim on the line and balance our game. But our players are ready. Let's get into our semifinals match in the loser bracket. It's Zhanhun versus the Bus. There it is. I was so happy to not see a probe, but there it goes.
Right away, man. Spawning at the top right as the Teal Protoss, we have Zhanhun.
And in the bottom right, it is the one and only. It's BusTerran. I'm just so surprised because this is completely different from BSL 15 and BSL 14. Like, none of the Chinese players really played like this. And now every game, literally every game, they're in your face. And it doesn't even matter to the matchup. TVP, TVZ, TVT, it's BBS. It's every game they're in your face.
And, I mean, it's working too, right? It's not like all of these aggro plays are just being shut down left and right. I mean, it just seems to be paying off. Like low eco, like Zerg 9-pool openers versus Terran, like proxy gateways, BBS in the center of the map versus Protoss. It's just, it's getting wild out here now. It's just getting wild.
Yeah, and I like that this time the gateway's on the left side because, Mihu insta-scouted it last game, and that allowed the SCV to get onto the gas. Now, again, this is a 136, 137, 138 gas. Now, this is kind of really borderline. If the Terran player goes for like an 11 gas, you would not be able to steal it. So BusTerran may suspect something already. We'll see. Does he see the pylon? It looks like he's just barely out of range.
Just barely, yeah. Will not recognize that proxied gateway. That's unfortunate. Oh, maybe he did.
He did.
Maybe
he did. He saw the pylon just slightly, and that one is it one hex that Zhanhun could have put it more to the left? I'm not sure because you can see the terrain's a little bit different. But BusTerran, he does see it, and just like Mihu, a single SCV on the pylon, double pylon block again. But we've got a deviation this time. There's no second racks.
It's just a bunker. And I like this, right? The bunker's placed so it's going to hit everything. The assimilator, both pylons going down. He's not, one big deviation. Hasn't lost an SCV to that probe, unlike Mihu here so far. So really staying on top of his control. Whoa, probe falls.
You lost the probe, yeah. I do like this better than the 2 racks, and the reason I like it is because, as you stated, first off, the bunker ranges both of the pylons and the assimilator. but it's a big commitment with the double pylon. If it was just a gas steal, then I don't like it so much, because those 2 pylons extra being spent could have been into gas, could have been into a cybernetics, and Zhanhun could be transitioning, pretty quickly. But if you look on Zhanhun's side of the map, there's no gas at all. No Nexus either.
Look at this disrupted mining, though.
Yeah, it's
For
crazy.
the bus. I mean, this just looks like a nightmare if you're Terran.
And look at that Marine. It's A-moved, and it's attacking the pylons the whole time. So that Zealot in the back has racked up 2, potentially 3 free kills. Because this is what happens when you have buildings in your base. You cannot A-move. You just can't do it. This is what happens. He's down workers now. He's, like, not mining at all.
Yeah, this is significantly disrupting.
He's got another one. He's got like 5 or 6. Yeah, and another one. He's gotten so many kills.
Oh no, this is devastating damage here from Zhanhun. Getting on top of that bottom depot as well. Now remember, still so many of these SCVs are weak in that mineral line. I feel like Zhanhun could just keep diving into this mineral line, clicking SCVs and get a few more kills easily.
Yeah, this is... well, you can see why I was surprised to see Butter picked. I mean, there's just so much that Protoss can do. You get gas on, you get double pylon, and this wasn't even with a battery. Like, those Zealots racked up so many kills, and now this time, it's gonna really hurt him that he didn't do Rex, because it's 7 Marines, but, I mean, if you have 3 Zealots, you're not really afraid of 7 Marines, and you know if you knock down any of them, there's not a lot of production really for BusTerran at all. He's gonna have to retreat simply because he knows that he can't afford to lose any Marines. Now it's 8. Now it's starting to get a bit scary. They can burst down the Zealots pretty quickly, especially with the weakened one. But once the Goon comes out, unless there's a bunker, this game may just end.
Yeah, he desperately needs this bunker to get online here. Still, with the the Marine count, this is a significant amount of DPS here. Ooh. Oh, that's a little bit of a misrally there. Shields will be burned off of that Dragoon, and suddenly I'm a lot less worried here for the bus being able to secure that natural. Still though, Zhanhun, 8 probe lead, hasn't lost the proxied gateway or pylon outside the main so far, and looks to be in a pretty phenomenal position.
Yeah, he's up 7 workers. His Nexus is ahead. SCV this time around, unlike in the Mihu game, gets a full scout off, so he knows at least it's not DT. He knows he doesn't have to build an eBay for a long time, so at least he can kind of get away with that in a sense. Now in his main, is that double factory? Okay, it is. Well, this could be a mind. Well, it's definitely a mind game. It's not a could be a mind game. You may catch Zhanhun mid-transition like Zhanhun caught Mihu mid-transition. If you appreciate how many units Terran can build, maybe he can catch him off guard.
Yeah, it might be possible here. I haven't seen Zhanhun poke in and confirm the command center, so that's one reason that I think this might end up working out here for the bus.
I don't know. 2 facts, it's, in my opinion, not a very strong build, especially when you don't even have a single tank and the Goons are at 3 in just a second, and they already have range. It's going to be so long for Terran to reach critical mass tanks. I mean, even 3 tanks, it's going to take at least a minute. And by then, we may have a reroute. And then you also have to factor in he's got to move across the map. If there was an academy here for, like, medic support, maybe he could keep the majority of his Marines alive, but I don't know how effective this push is going to be, but he's going to go for it. He's very all in with this. He has 21 SCVs.
I thought you loved 2-fact TV.
Oh yeah, I love 2-fact. In 2000, I loved it. Artosis loves it. Here comes Zhanhun. He's going to try and jump on this. Now, the question to me here was, did the Zealot get close enough to realize there's no command center?
I think it did. I really think it did. I think he knows exactly what he's up against here. Yep, we're seeing Zhanhun add to that pylon wall. He's got to know that there's going to be a lot of tanks and Marines and Vultures flying across the map here momentarily. But still, though, that's so many Dragoons and Zealots right outside the Terran Natural here. Okay, tanks moving in. Dragoons getting some shots off onto these Marines, but for the most part, the siege tanks going unhindered. Still, This is just
Yeah.
so many Dragoons.
Yeah, it's
From
so many
Zhanhun.
goons, and even the Zealots were weak and they got almost popped instantly, and it still didn't matter. So now the goons are gonna run into these tanks because he just eliminated all of the Marines. He knows that there's not much in the bunker, if anything. The Vulture's desperately trying to get down some mines, but really good control from Zhanhun. He's got to be careful to not dive bomb on that tank and lose everything to the 2 mines. Siege completing, that's a big hit. But at this point, doesn't matter. I see a Vulture has run into the main of Zhanhun. Can it get some kills? It's only going to get 1, maybe 2.
Yeah, it looks like a couple more probes going down there, but still, that's really the only economic damage Zhanhun has had the entire game. Reaver going to be out here, and now how's this game even fair? Terran still doesn't have a natural.
I don't know, man.
The open 2 fact.
We got to get David on the line, and I don't mean Jae Yoon. We got to get David Kim, StarCraft 2 balancer. Are you seeing this, David? Terran can't even get outside of his base. Protoss built a gateway on Terran's side of the map, and he's getting away with it. Meanwhile, there's a Reaver going into his main, too.
Mine's going down here. Nice connection onto a single goon. But yeah, these 3 siege tanks from Bus going to be falling here momentarily. Ooh, nice shot though. Still good targeting from the Bus. And yeah, we got a Reaver in the main.
Oh,
That's it, man.
Insta out, and nicely done from Zhanhun. That was brutal harassment and great follow-up.
I mean, it's exactly, for the most part, what we saw against Mihu, right? He really likes to take advantage of these 2-player maps by going for these proxy gateways, making gateways inside the main, doing gas steals, pylons inside the mineral line, just anything he can to disrupt and cause chaos to these Terrans early on. So yeah, I don't know. It looks kind of unstoppable at the moment. We haven't seen anyone really stand up to that play so far. But then at the same time, last season, what we found so impressive about Zhanhun was the opposite end of the spectrum, the late game, the macro, the base count, the probe count. I was expecting before we got into some of these series to, see something more similar to that, but this has been equally impressive here.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't even seen Zhanhun pull out his strongest feature, which is the macro. For me, going into game 2 though, is what's the mindset of BusTerran? Because I can tell you, sometimes I get in this mode where Protoss cheeses me or Zerg cheeses me, and it's like, oh, okay, you want to play like this? I can play like this too, and start BBSing or 8-raxing or like doing 1 base, some type of real all-in play. And I'm wondering if BusTerran's gonna get in that mindset too, like, oh, you think you can cheese? Well, I can show you that Terran can cheese too. Maybe not though, but based on what you were telling me earlier, we may see a BBS on here. Wonder what his map pick is going to be. I would like to see Longinus. I think it's a really good Terran map if you can get that 3rd base on the high ground. You got 4 gas. That's insane. So many tanks you can build.
That's interesting. I would have expected that to be a Protoss pick map, but I guess how I could see 4 gas being going pretty well for Terran, and it's gonna be Overwatch. I can't believe the map choices we're seeing today, man. A little unreal. It looks like BusTerran going to pick another 2-player map. I mean, I sure hope he's got a plan, man, because Zhanhun looking unstoppable on these 2-player maps, and particularly on Overwatch, no less. So with that, we are ready to get into game number 2 here between the Bus and Zhanhun. Let's see it. And spawning top left as the yellow Protoss, we have Zhanhun.
And in the bottom right, our purple Terran. It is BusTerran. And this time around, not going to be forward gate, not going to be proxy gate, because that first probe did not leave the base. So we may actually get a normal opener from Zhanhun. Meanwhile, as I stated, sometimes you get in this mode, or at least I get in this mode, where I want to equalize and tell this guy, like, hey, you can't just all-in me every game. You can't just cheese me every game. I can do that too. You got to respect that. So we'll see what BusTerran comes up with. And actually, it is going to be a forward gate.
I mean, what is that answer for Terran, right? I could think of a bunch of cheeses for Protoss, but, you know, you're already saying you don't like 2-fac. Like, what's that option for Terran?
Well, yeah, you can 2-fac, you can go like an expansion into Starport or something and go harassment style. You can BBS. Sometimes, even if you think you're gonna lose with an all-in, I mean, you can just all-in to kind of let the guy know, like, hey, you gotta be worried about this. Unfortunately, this is not like a best of 7. I think it's a best of 3, so it's not like BusTerran can throw a game now because he'll just be eliminated. But I mean, in a bigger best of 7 series, sometimes you can throw a cheese out to kind of like let the guy know, like, hey, you got to be a little bit respectful. No 12 Nexus allowed. And we do see gas steal though, and this was a little bit later, 140 gas. If I was BusTerran, I'd be out on the map looking for proxy.
Yeah. I would honestly be worried about it myself. I see you in the chat, Pato, and yes, I predict Zhanhun's gonna win this one, just so I can jinx it. Every time I cast with Pato, anything I say, the exact opposite happens. I'm like, oh wow, this BBS looks like it's in a really good situation, and then it just like falls on its face. It's hilarious.
That's the cast of curse, man. Everybody gets cursed.
Everybody, man.
Well, we see the gas steal, and we see 4 SCVs pulled off to attack. Well, actually, just 2 for now. This is kind of middle of the road. This is not going to kill the gas fast. And it's...
SCV might die there.
Yeah, okay, not going to die, but SCV coming in for a scout, and he's going to see that Zhanhun not going for gas himself, so both players more than likely going to go for Command Center and then Nexus. Ooh, that's a great move. eBay blocking and saying, no, sir, you're going to have to either take your gas or keep that second Zealot back.
I like that decision there from BusTerran. You know, this eBay is perfectly timed, going to cause a lot of havoc and really prevent Zhanhun from controlling his own natural at the start of this one. 3 Marines already in the main for Bus. You know, definitely who's ready to deal with this first Zealot moving across the map. And Nexus going down for Zhanhun at the natural.
Yep, and Command Center is going to be coming down pretty soon after this bunker completes. Gas was taken, but probably still going to be the Command Center before the factory. However, he does have 3 on gas, so maybe he will commit into a factory, and the bunker could be a fake, just like we saw last game.
Could be. It's kind of a, I don't know, like a really odd timing. He's got the minerals to put down either a factory or a Command Center at this point, but we haven't seen either.
Oh man, 3 Zealots. They're gonna wide walk past that bunker. Hello, we're in your main. And not only does he see there's no Command Center, he sees that the factory's just started. BusTerran is in big time trouble now. That was a really good drill with the SCVs to get on top of the Marines and limit the amount of damage. But factory's not being built still. There's still no Command Center. Remember, Zhanhun, sure, his Nexus was denied a little bit, but it's about to complete now. Another SCV falls. These 3 Zealots are doing so much damage. Another SCV.
And there's no Sim City. There's nowhere for these Marines to really run except back to the natural. Man, this factory in not the most optimal position either to be built. Zhanhun just taking a commanding lead here early on.
Yeah, I guess he thought it was just 2 Zealots, but it was actually 3. I think 2 would have been manageable, but now it's 3. He's fighting on high ground also. And they're not going to connect their shots efficiently. Zealot, or the Marine, dies. Still 2 alive. Still no Command Center. Factory's only halfway started. Meanwhile, Zhanhun's Nexus, it's done now. I see he's starting to build tech now.
Yeah, we need to get a Command Center down at that natural ASAP here for poor Bus. Another Zealot falling on top of that factory. Second factory in production, and that's going to be scouted by this red HP Zealot as well. So, I mean, there's just nothing hidden about Bus at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to still go into Robo, which is fine. Could have gone into DT, which also shuts down 2-fact, but you risk running into mines and losing DTs freely. So like this choice better. Command Center just now starting. That needed to be started during the Zealot attack. At least the Command Center could have finished during that attack, and he may have been able to, transition out of it. But now down 10 workers with late Command Center, no production really. His factories are just now finishing 2. Oh man, Bus is in such a world of hurt. I see Zhanhun posturing to his third base, so he's not going to all in here. He's going to take a third base himself. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really, really good situational awareness here from Zhanhun, recognizing, hey, even though I've scouted this 2-fact, there's really no threat this early, right? Like, he's not going to just suddenly have 4 tanks and be able to march across the map. There's been some big damage to the Terran economy behind this. So I think, taking that third base this early along with his map control is probably the right call here.
This is one way you can get back into the game, is go for a Vulture drop. If Protoss players are constantly rallying their units across the map. Not that Zhanhun rallied his units last game on Butter, is kind of like his gateway was just there. But if you think about where his units actually were, I mean, almost none of them were in the main. So Vulture drop could be fantastic to try and shut down one of the mineral lines, but he needs to rack up like 20 kills to even be even in worker count. So it's a very uphill battle.
Very, very true. Dragoon range going to be pushing here for Zhanhun. Maybe if we get this dropship out with some vultures and mines, some significant damage will be able to be dealt to our Protoss hero here. But Bus down 15 workers so far, down about 30 supply. Things are not looking good here for the old Bus.
Nope, third Nexus is about to complete. There's a wall off there. So Vulture run by, not going to get much damage done. First Observer, maybe? That might be a shuttle with a Reaver loaded up, and it is. There's no siege mode. Speed is coming in. Are the turrets complete? I mean, looks like that one is, but there's an opening! And he's going to get through! And at the same time, there's a drop going across, but is he going to remember that with all this going on?
I don't know. I mean, I think, honestly, I don't even know if Bus is going to remember he's dropping at this point. Tank running into the main, trying to deal some damage to that Reaver. Already tank within 1-shot range here. Ooh. Taken out.
Bus should know something's going on, because you would be thinking, why do you have 1 tank? There's no way you should only have 1. Dragoons jumping on that bunker, and as you stated, Bus forgot he was even going for a drop. It's not moving at all. So right now he just has to. He's just cleaning up the Reaver, and Zhanhun's just macroing. He has taken no damage.
I don't think there's anything in the dropship either.
There might not be. Oh, there isn't. No.
Yeah. It's I mean, he's just in a really tough spot. He was hoping to be able to load those 4 vultures up as that dropship completed, and had pre-rallied it to run bottom left, and just unfortunately has gone unnoticed now.
Well, vultures are moving out now. I think the Observer spotted it though, so. Well, I guess the Reaver didn't get in and see the starport, but like I said, you would be wondering, why does this guy only have 1 tank? So he may suspect that there could be drops out on the map. Meanwhile, Zhanhun just going about his business. He's up to almost 25 workers. It's only a single vulture now, if it even got loaded up. It's not loaded up. So, this is going to be a fake. Maybe he can force a probe pull.
Yeah, could be, could force a probe pull. Maybe he could just use it to scout, get Brood over the mineral line and just feel superior.
Yeah.
Look at all those peons down there, just mining their lives away.
They could, I guess, yeah.
It's what he needs to get the mental edge in this game. Reaver getting loaded up here for Zhanhun. Once again, I mean, this is just full 3-base saturation 69 probes here from Zhanhun to the 43 SCVs of Bus. If Bus is coming back in this one, man, he's gonna have to grind it out, right? Like he's gonna have to sit, make more tanks, never move out, slowly siege to his third, sit some more, sit, take a third,
Yeah.
you know, get the upgrades. Like he has no business being anywhere on the map for the rest of this game.
Oh my gosh, another Reaver gets in. Good
Ooh,
turret
shuttle
placement
down.
though, and it is going to take down the shuttle. Reaver doesn't get much damage, but it doesn't matter. It's forcing Terran back, forcing him not mind his main, and you know Zhanhun's just running. Oh my gosh, the Zealots blow up 3 SCVs and 2 tanks.
Very nice trade there for Zhanhun. Once again, everything just seems to be going in his favor at this point. Another shuttle out. We got Storm Tech now, it looks like. Reaver, once again, I mean, he can afford to just keep throwing these shuttles away at this point, right? Like, we've talked about it, you know, it is a way for Protoss to throw games, but when you're almost guaranteed able to get in time and time again with these shuttles, and Terran is already in such a desperate situation, any little harassment, any little thing you can do to throw the Terran off their game is worthwhile. And there we go, that dropship finally being loaded up here for the perfect anti-timing as these cannons complete in the main and the natural.
Yeah, the dropship has literally been sitting there for 5 minutes, and just now the cannon completes. I guess he got into the sweet spot where the cannon's not firing. He got like 4 kills. I think that's maximum damage, but yeah, a bit unlucky for Bus.
Yeah, a little unlucky for him. Bus, man, I mean, he is getting a sizable tank count. It's definitely notable, right? Zhanhun can't just march his army across that bridge and win this one yet. But obviously, Zhanhun knows that. We've already got a 4th base underway, probes being transferred, double robo once again. So Zhanhun really showing he likes this double robo style versus Terran, and I mean, so far it's been working out for him.
Yeah, even getting the damage upgrade on the Scarabs, it allows them to 4-shot depots instead of the normal 5-shot. And, you know, when you have 2 Reavers, that's just 2 volleys. And we've got clump depots at the bottom side of the base, so he could easily just knock those down in an instant. Vulture's trying to get some damage done, but really, I mean, Zhanhun's just locked up everywhere. He's not going to be able to find really much success. He doesn't even get either of those Templars. It's a 70 supply lead for Zhanhun, and shuttle's coming in.
Yep, double shuttle with that Scarab upgrade, like you said. So this could be big damage to the depots and middle line. Really anything that these Reavers are able to touch here.
Oh,
ooh, only 1 Reaver making it out, and very nice SCV pull. Looks like no connections yet from those Scarabs, so not the most damage being done. Ooh. But man, look at those Scarabs just tearing through once they do connect.
yeah, blasting those Vultures.
Yeah. SCV's being pulled back to the main here, and he can kind of afford to just keep throwing these shuttles with units away, right? Like, every time he's forcing that SCV pull, that's less mining for Bus, and he's only on the 2 bases once again. So this is just, it's a really tough spot to be in if you're the Bus.
Yeah, well, Protoss, he's got a lot of production now. I see something like 8 gate. He's got the speed zealots done. He's had them done for a while. Actually, it's like 11 gate. He's got double forge, so he's got the powerful upgrades. Another big shuttle bomb. This time, SCVs are not going to get away. They are getting massacred by the storms. Double storm on top of those tanks. None of the tanks die, but that was a big win there. But still, the supply count is 74 Zhanhun. 45 SCV still for Bus, so it's still manageable eco, but he just has no way to get outside of his base.
Yeah, I mean, he can hardly hold his main against these double shuttle drops at the same time. Wow, look at that, 3 shuttles queued up at one of the robos. I mean, he's not stopping this anytime soon.
No, and we've got another Templar drop into the natural. Remember, this is where the majority of the SCVs just got transferred. Oh, gotta get the storm off. Oh, he stormed some of his own units, but it doesn't matter. He's gonna kill a ton of SCVs. Still 34 remaining, though.
Yeah, 34 SCVs remaining to the 79 once again of Zhanhun. Zhanhun just being very effective with these drops, causing so much chaos, and Bus can't even siege to take a third. I mean, he's just stuck. He's really just stuck at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't lost many of his tanks, so his tank count should still be relatively high. It's just an overwhelming amount of units, just like what we saw in the Mihu game. Yeah, I mean, you're down 100 supply. You just flat out can't win the fight. Here comes another shuttle bomb. There's no Goliath. Okay, now they finally come, but they're a little bit too late to the party. Tanks are so far forward. Storms hit all of them, and this is going to be Zhanhun taking a 2-0 victory over BusTerran, I think, as long as he just keeps committing to it.
Yeah, it looks like he is here. Oh man, that mine! It's going to connect there, but still, another massive storm coming in here. Entire tank line just being evaporated, and Dragoons starting to siege down on this natural. Good game is called from the Bus, and Zhanhun once again going to be moving on in pretty incredible fashion there. Very well played from him.
Yeah, and again, just a tiny mistake there, letting the Zealots get into your main and just wreak havoc. They racked up so many SCV kills. If he had like 2 SCVs on hold position on the ramp, or if he didn't lift his racks and just produced more Marines, would have been a completely different story. But well done from Zhanhun. He saw an opportunity, took it, did maximum damage, and now he's going to be moving into the finals, where he's going to be waiting for... Who just won? Oh, XIaoshuai.
Yeah.
XIaoshuai, yes.
XIaoshuai. So this will be him going up against a Zerg, so at least we'll be seeing maybe a different matchup from Zhanhun. Definitely not a slouch in that matchup either. We saw it was Zeke that took out Zhanhun last season, correct? I think it was Zeke. Yes, that's what it was. So Zeke ended up winning in the third place match. So, Zeke obviously an incredible, phenomenal, foreign Zerg player, maybe the best foreign Zerg player that I can even think of. So maybe, Zhanhun could end up falling to someone like XIaoshuai. This is going to be a best of 5 now. For the lower bracket finals, by the way. So this will be, a little bit of a longer series between these two. We should get to see some more map selections here. But yeah, I'm pretty interested to see how this one's going to go.
Yeah, and if we look at the bracket, they already faced off versus each other, and XIaoshuai won 3-0, and then XIaoshuai beat J-Star 2-0. So clearly, his ZVP is very good, and to 3-0, Zhanhun earlier, he's going to be feeling very confident, and I'll probably take XIaoshuai as a favor simply because of all the results we've seen so far. But we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll be back with our lower bracket finals. It's going to be XIaoshuai versus Zhanhun, and whoever wins there faces DuGu in the grand final.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. BSL 15. We just saw some pretty incredible matches, some pretty big upsets so far today. And we are ready to get into our loser bracket finals here. It's going to be XIaoshuai going up against Zhanhun, a very formidable Zerg player who has, kind of a new entry to BSL, I believe, as of this season, and has really started to make a name for himself. Going up against Zhanhun, who has, defeated Mihu earlier today, just took out the bus, man, and he's definitely on a roll.
Yeah, and he is ruthless in the way he beat him, too. He's just ridiculous with the Zealots. We knew he had good micro simply because of last season when he played versus Bonnet. He was showcasing it in PvP and just doing maximum damage in PvT. However, I guess he didn't have much success PvZ because XIaoshuai, he already played versus him, ended up losing 3-0. I can't remember exactly how those games went, but that's impressive because Zhanhun and Mihu, I think, for us, were the favorites to go deep, and actually it's the Zerg players dominating. And it's not just in ZVT they're dominating, it's ZVT and ZVZ too.
Which is, really nice to see. In prior seasons of BSL, the Zergs definitely didn't feel like they were outplaying like the Terrans especially, but also the Protosses. We weren't seeing a whole lot of that Zerg representation later on. So, we already got a Zerg in the grand finals, potentially, two here, depending on how XIaoshuai ends up playing off against Zhanhun here. But obviously, Zhanhun, not looking to make this easy for him.
Yep, now it is best of 5. There we go. Wondering what the first map is going to be. It is going to be Butter, and remember, we already saw cannon rushes twice on here, so I wonder what Zhanhun's got planned. Let's find out. Game 1 on Butter.
Spawning at the top right, the Chinese Zerg player in purple. It is XIaoshuai.
Yeah, and in the bottom right, our Protoss player, it is Zhanhun, and I'm excited for this PvZ because, first off, we've seen a lot of PvZs, but a lot of them were mega all-in by J-Star, for example. It was 2-gate every game, no probes, just complete all-in, and I don't expect to see anything like that from Zhanhun. I think if somebody's going to Forge expand, this is going to be the guy. I think we're finally getting to big game, a big mid game, or big late game potentially.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you here. I don't think XIaoshuai, or Zhanhun rather, will be going for any type of gimmicky play. Even the cannon rush that we saw prior, on this map, I don't think he expects it to work on someone the level of XIaoshuai, right? Like, this map's been out for a little bit now. Cat's out of the bag. Zerg players should recognize that potential and scout it. So we'll have to wait and see. This is going to be a gate expand. I really am a little shocked at that, but this is going to be an overpool opener from our Zerg XIaoshuai.
Yep, it's going to be gate Forge, not going to be second gate. I guess it could be gate gas. I think Zhanhun was actually one of the few players that also did a one base. Can't remember exactly who it was versus, but I remember somebody doing it. I think it was him. But for now, just normal opener. As you stated, it's an overpool, and we're going to have that hatchery coming down. And I think yesterday we saw somebody go for like a 215 gas afterwards, right? So we got to keep our eyes on that gas timing, see if it's going to be a super fast gas or if it's going to be the more normal, like 235, 240-ish gas.
I would expect something more normal out of XIaoshuai. I think Fengzi was the Zerg that did the 215 gas, and he I feel like in general he plays more of that hyper aggro, like kind of risk taking style of Zerg here. I would not expect XIaoshuai to do anything other than take a fairly quick third. I think we're seeing the drone move out to end up doing that.
Well,
now,
again, go ahead.
I was just going to say, for some reason, I have this in my mind that Zhanhun's going to go gate, expand, core, which can be quite strong here. Core as part of the wall off And I've seen, you know, when they do this later gate expo, I've seen this before. You just use the zealots for defense, right? Like there's no sense trying to send them across the map. They're not going to get any damage done. But what you can do with it is get your gate core up very safely and get a very fast Corsair with this. So here we go. Micro are going to be necessary here from Zhanhun to save this. Another pylon being put down inside the main here. And 2 Lings trying to get inside the main. Oh, very nice control there from Zhanhun. Does end up saving that red HP probe. But
Yeah, and that's a... Go ahead.
I was just saying, Zergling's being made from XIaoshuai.
Yeah, so it's a big deal that that probe survived because now he can complete the wall with that cybernetics. Oh, it's actually going to be a forge. I thought it was going to be a cybernetics, and I agreed with you. That's more mini-esque, but I guess this time around he's not opting for it. I guess he has such a vulnerable position that he's not willing to risk it. But I think it would have been fantastic, especially versus these Zergs, because every single Chinese Zerg we've seen has only built 2 Lings, even when they don't know what the opener is, whether it's a forge or a gateway. So I think it could have been fantastic, but this is also fine, more standard. And this was a 245 gas from XIaoshuai, so this is very, very normal. And of course, Zhanhun's going to have tons of practice versus this.
Yeah, he definitely will. XIaoshuai starting to drone. Cannon being very delayed here with that probe scout. So it looks like finally a cannon going down at the natural here for Zhanhun. 6 Lings out on the map, 4 more being made inside the main for XIaoshuai. Zhanhun just with some excellent probe scouting at the moment, trying to get an idea of Zergling count. Okay, sees those Zerglings completing at the natural, and with that, he should be kind of just prompted to sit at his wall off for now and continue to probe.
And this is quite a lot of zealots for the 5-minute mark off of just 1 gate. We see +1 has started, and that means we're going to have like a 7:30, 7:40 +1 timing, and by then, that zealot count, even on 1 gateway, could be upwards of almost 10. We see the Stargate started. Citadel has started at 5 minutes, so that's relatively quick for the initial openers. Meanwhile, Probe is still hanging out.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job scouting, especially knowing that there's Zergling speed on the map. You can see those Zerglings spreading out, looking for that probe scout, knowing it has to be there. But Zhanhun getting the probe into the main and should hopefully be able to confirm the tech here. Yes, he does see the Spire, knows that this is pretty standard Spire opener here from our Zerg XIaoshuai. Yeah, I think the significant thing with this opener from Zhanhun is that zealot count, as you mentioned. I mean, the one advantage to going gate over forge first is you're able to start that zealot production a little bit earlier, and, you know, Zerg has to respect it, right? You can't over drone versus a gate opener, or you obviously can, like, have the risk of dying, you know, just to a bunch of zealots moving across the map here early on.
And Probe confirmed the timing of the Spire, so he knows he's got a few seconds to get something done. Also saw that there's no gas at the natural. Not sure if he got a read on the drone count, but Zerg has done a really good job to keep their drone count pretty darn high. It's at 32 already, just 38 for Protoss. Meanwhile, I still don't see any more gateways for Zhanhun, except for maybe one going down just now. That's a surprising kill on the overroad. I thought for sure that the Sarah was going to be too late, but he picks one off, and it's going to block our Zerg player for a few seconds.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking that it was going to be close, but he does make it out of there, and good situational awareness there from Zhanhun to pull that Corsair back and not lose it to an initial couple Scourge here from XIaoshuai.
Well,
this looks to be like a +1 air, +1 ground, like Zealot Corsair timing.
Oh, and this went unscouted. Now, this is an interesting move. He only moved out 5 Zealots, even though he has 9 actually. However, he's just showing 5 to the Scourge. Meanwhile, 5 are on the left side. This is a cute play. He may try and catch, or he may actually really catch XIaoshuai off guard, because mutas think that this is the whole army moving out, and hello, it's not. 5 more are on the left.
Yeah, Muta moving to that left side. Unfortunately, those 5 zealots being caught by that Overlord. And trying to get in here, do get at least a Hydralisk for their efforts. 5 Zealots moving into the main as well. Some damage being done, but actually XIaoshuai looks like he's holding this fairly well.
Yeah, I think this was a overstep from Zhanhun, but he kills all of the Zerglings easily because of that +1 weapon. Now he's on the drones, and XIaoshuai was not paying attention. He loses a couple extra there. And, oh, look at that jab. He knocks another one down. He gets like 5 drones, so 10 Zealots, gets all the Lings, gets 5 or so drones. Now that was definitely worth. However, he loses basically the entire army, and he only has 2 gateways, so he has to be careful facing a counterattack. Oh, take that back. He's got 5 gateways, but still, he needs to be careful from a counterattack.
Yeah, we see him, though, doing the right thing, putting a couple more cannons down to complete this wall off. Muta's moving in here, trying to scout around. Oh, almost getting on top of those Corsairs. Very good control from both these players.
Really nicely done. We see more Hydras being pumped out. Drone count is still relatively low despite having the 5 hatch production, so Zerg may be going all in here. He's got, you know, Overlords, he's got supply, so it's not like he's waiting to build drones, so I wonder if he will commit to a bust.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like this positioning for a bust. Oh, wow. Templar accidentally moving out to the center of the map. Oh, but not before getting a Storm off at least. Scourge go down, and suddenly Corsairs on top of all these Muta, and they will fall.
That was clearly a mistake. It happens sometimes when you miss rally like that. But Zhanhun was on top of it with his Corsairs, and a mistake turns into a big win for him. I'll trade a Templar for, what was that, 5-6 Mutas every day of the week. Now he has air superiority, but this is a huge Hydra attack.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of Hydras. I'm just a little worried because Zhanhun does have the proper tech he needs to deal with this, right? Like, he's got Storm, he's got Cannon. There are some Zealots here to buffer this. We can't let the Templar run out there, though. And potentially another mistake here from Zhanhun. Okay, does pull that back. You know, this does look scary, but I think Zhanhun should be able to hold this off here.
Yeah, Zhanhun will be able to hold it off, but that's a nice pickoff because that upgrade was more than halfway done. However, it's still a 40 supply lead for Zhanhun. He's got his gateway count up pretty high. It's at something like 7. That's so many Zealots, dude.
Yeah, and suddenly it's go time here for Zhanhun. He's decided to pounce on top of all these Hydralisks. Corsairs still in the main, just trying to wreak havoc and supply cap our Zerg player, XIaoshuai.
Yeah, and look at how many Overlords are clumped up there. Yesterday we saw somebody get perma supply blocked, and there's the Sayers. Remember, they have +1. Look how fast they die. It's like 3 seconds, just melting. So many. Now he only has 8 available supply. XIaoshuai is in big time trouble because at the same time, Protoss is moving across the map. Another find of Overlords.
Yeah, this is massive damage here to our Zerg. I mean, there's just no better way to do it, right? When you don't have Overlord speed, you kind of are forced to clump all of your Overlords up outside the natural. And unfortunately here, Zhanhun making the most of it, picking off so many Overlords and forcing these Hydralisks to kind of stay back. Zhanhun moving in now with his groups of Zealot Templar. Ooh, very good control here from our Zerg player, but it just doesn't seem like he has the unit count he needs. Yeah. Storm going down on those clumps, Archons being morphed, and the last few Corsairs kind of being focused down, but it's just not enough, man. And Zhanhun taking a 1-0 lead here in this best of 5 series. Wow. That was really well played, man. I gotta say, Zhanhun starting off quite strong.
Yeah, that was a perfect timing there. You could see for the last minute, Zerg was just perma supply block. Couldn't build anything. Absolutely no production. So nice timing from Zhanhun. And XIaoshuai, you know, second game 100% he's going to get that speed faster. Because like you said, you got to clump him up. That's the only thing you can do when you don't have that speed. But nicely done from Zhanhun. And he's going to finally get a win versus XIaoshuai, who he lost to 3-0 earlier. So that's going to be a big confidence booster.
Yeah, that's got to be a huge confidence boost. You know, I personally was a little concerned for Zhanhun going into the series just because of, you know, that 3-0 result from their prior meeting. But man, Zhanhun showing why he's made it this far, right? Like he can rally back. He's not just a Protoss versus Terran and Protoss versus Protoss player. He's got great UVZ as well, and showed it with a pretty dominant performance that game.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think, like, where did it really all go wrong? Like, was it the Zealot attack? I mean, it got 5 drones, but he did kill 10 Zealots. I mean, that's a big loss. Was it really just the Overlords? I feel like it couldn't have just only been the Overlords. So it's kind of a head scratcher to me where exactly it all fell apart from XIaoshuai. I know Gypsy is really a big fan of 6-hatch. He would mention for sure something about 6-hatch versus 5-hatch, but I'm not too sure if that was the difference maker either.
I don't think it was, especially because that move out from Protoss came so quickly that sometimes you could kind of even get caught with that timing if you try to go for 6-hatch versus the 5. Like overall, versus like a Protoss who's going to just like sit back a little more, I think, and not go for, you know, these sneaky like 5 Zealot move outs. You know, the 6-hatch style can be quite strong, but I don't know, man. Like, I really think somehow it was that initial engagement with the 5 Zealots at the natural. They got quite a few drones. They disrupted a lot of mining, you know, killed a lot of Zerglings as well, and he kind of just started snowballing from there. So we are ready to get into game number 2 here. It's going to be on Overwatch, XIaoshuai versus Zhanhun, and let's get into the game. And spawning at the top left as the blue Protoss, currently up 1-0 in this series, it is Zhanhun.
And in the bottom right, our red Zerg, it's XIaoshuai. I saw in the chat somebody said XIaoshuai's name is actually like XIaoshuai, something like that. I'm sure I butchered that, but I'm going to stick with XIaoshuai for now since we've been using it the whole time, but I'll remember that for future casts.
What about Little Handsome?
Oh yeah, Little Handsome. We could just call him that, Little Handsome or Little Cool Guy. Yeah.
I like Little Handsome or Little Cool Guy.
Yeah.
Little Cool Guy, man. Little Cool Guy's not even worried about being down 0-1.
No,
right? Like,
he doesn't care.
He does not care, right? Like he's probably got his sunglasses on while he's playing right now. You know, just not you sipping on some Earl Grey tea right next to him. You know, he's confident. He knows he's got this.
Well, we've got, yeah. You know, in Lineage, the guy told me it was cool, but I went and, I'll be honest, I went and Papagoed it, which is a translator app, and it said, like, handsome, so we'll go with either one of those. But we've got a forward gate again, typical opener, obviously. Still no Forge expand. Surprised that we haven't seen any Forge expands, but it is a 2-player map, and you know where they are, of course, so I guess it makes the Zealot even more dangerous since you know from the get-go where you're headed.
Yeah, I like the gate opener here a little better versus Butter. You know, honestly, I even like it on Butter after that last game. Like, I really hadn't thought of the opener being used in that way, but it did seem to me like just by having those extra Zealots on the field early made it quite significant here. Ooh, fake cannon rush, looks like.
Yeah, and what? Can you fit cannons there?
I think
maybe.
Cannons everywhere.
Trust me, yeah.
Yeah, oh man, you honestly, you lose to it more often than you'd really think as Zerg, so you have to respect it. XIaoshuai definitely respecting it, you know, sending that drone out there, poking the probe around, but it looks like it's gonna be close between these two. Now remember, shields regenerate faster than HP, so Zerg desperately wants to continue fighting, whereas Zhanhun just kind of luring that away. It does buy enough time for the hatchery to go down at the third base, though. So, well done.
Yep, and there is the 250 gas. Pretty normal, of course, and That was a 12 hatch opener. I just now realized that this was actually 12 hatch as opposed to something like a overpool into hatch. Probe and Zealot getting into the main. Remember, you can two-shot the drones when comboed with the Zealot. And he is going to sneak that Zealot and Probe to the bottom side of the mineral line.
Very nice drone control there, luring the Zealot and the Probe actually behind the mineral line, giving himself desperate seconds to get Zerglings in a position to defend this. But actually, 3 Zerglings kind of being caught out here, only utilizing half his Zergling force.
But he catches the first Zealot. However, the Probe Zealot combo equally deadly versus Lings, and they're going to knock, or 3 of them are going to get knocked down.
Yeah, this is very good control here from Zhanhun so far. Probe finally falling, but not before a lot of Zerglings have fallen. And remember, just by forcing these Zerglings, you're technically doing eco damage to the Zerg, right? Like, so just by trading effectively, you know, he's preventing more and more drones from even being produced. He does have to worry now, though, right? No Zealot. I think there's only 1 Zealot on the ramp remaining, and this is potentially a lot of Zerglings. Yes, Zergling speed being researched even.
Yep, we saw this yesterday, and I remember Zhanhun got busted by this, even though he kind of knew that it was an all-in. Oh my gosh, he let so many Lings run by. That's a battery.
Oh, I kind of like the battery given the position here, right? At least he's going to have something to fight with these Zealots before that cannon gets up. And actually just allowing those Zerglings to get into the main here is Zhanhun.
Well,
see, this is nice. He's recognized, he's made a gut call that, all right, Zerg is probably just doing a Ling all in here, and it's the right call.
Yep, speed is about to kick in, and that's going to be a dead giveaway. Well, obviously now seeing all these Lings is a massive giveaway. The cannon is not done. There's a hole, though. He does not plug it up ASAP, and the cannon is going to get denied. And this is non-stop Lings. He's committing to this. Those Zealots are way too far forward. They're going to get picked off by Lings, and there's not a second cannon anywhere near done. It just started. The battery helps a little bit.
I mean, I don't think he's used the battery, to be honest with you. Okay, he did? I would have liked to see the battery be part of the wall. Okay, he is using the battery.
Wow.
Probe's dealing a decent amount of damage here, but some of the Zealots not quite able to connect. Wow, battery, though, soaking up quite a few shots.
Yeah, that battery was a hero. The fact that he's able to survive here, I can't believe it. And hits more Lings. Like, this is it. He's all in here. There's no lair, there's no anything.
Probes are going to have to be pulled here once this gateway falls. And, oh, ramp is not blocked. So Zerglings will make it into the main.
Well, now actually XIaoshuai can transition out of this. He's done enough damage. He's knocked down the gate. He's forced probe pulls. Remember, he still has 3 hatch. He's got a lot of larva. He can rebuild his economy easily, and now he knows that, well, you're not going to counterattack me with 3 Zealots. That's suicide, especially with an open natural. So we may actually see a transition. He's up to 22 workers now.
Yeah, that is a significant amount of workers. I mean, almost getting close to even with the Protoss player here. Protoss not able to really put any pressure on either, right? These Zealots, due to that Zergling speed, are kind of being forced to just run around the main. He's not really able, you know, to get anything done with the few units that he does have. Corsair timing being scouted as well from Zhanhun. He's got that Overlord in the main, though. That'll most likely just be the first Overlord to die. And so, but we have looks like at least a 4 hatchery follow-up here so far from XIaoshuai.
Yep, no lair still, so this may be like a 4 hatch bust, I guess. He's got 28 drones, so his eco's fine. He's building up that Hydra count. He's got speed coming in. The Lings are still alive. This is so annoying, but Zhanhun not willing to spend that extra 150 minerals to get the cannon down. He's saying, I can just deal with this with Zealots, and so far, he's doing a good job, taking minimal damage.
Yeah, really taking some minimal damage, but I think you just jinxed him there.
Of course.
That was you, not me this time.
Yeah. It always happens, man.
Yeah, right after you say it, right? It's like every time. The results were in perfect position to defend and then just didn't move. Like, it's like it's every time.
It is.
Another
it's so
Overlord
true.
going to go down, and that should be a big supply block here for our Zerg already.
Yeah, that's going to be painful, especially now that we see Protoss's tech is starting to scale. He's got his Templar Archive halfway done. But Zerg has his Evolution Chamber coming. He has his 5th hatch coming. However, I'm liking Zhanhun's position more and more. But, you know, maybe once he gets once Zerg gets unblocked, we'll see a big swell of Hydras or something, and it'll make me more confident in Zerg's position.
I like that the Templar Archives kind of completes that wall off to defend the mineral line in the main. It's very well done. And XIaoshuai doing a great job with these 3 lings, right? Lesser Zerg would have just kind of given them up or just clicked on a probe and, you know, forgot about him at a point. But he's able to just continually scout this tech, this unit count coming out here from Zhanhun, which is at least like, I mean, just making him or letting him know exactly what Protoss is up to.
Yeah, he does. Probes may finally clean up these lings. No, another kill. It has 3 kills by himself. So definitely should have considered building a cannon. But now, Zhanhun getting out on the map finally. It's +1 weapon Zealots. It's only 6 though, but there is a DT mixed in. There's the 6th hatch. However, it's only 2 Corsairs, so it's not enough DPS to make a DT scary. However, what is scary is the lack of defense. Yeah, there's no defense. That Sunken doesn't even range the hatchery, so that's going to be canceled.
Oh, and that's a drone rally, actually, from XIaoshuai. So this is not a whole lot of Hydralisk here. Potential damage coming in from Zhanhun.
That was a really good drill, though. Saving the day, and the Sunken manages to survive. And now it's 48 probes to 40 drones with a 1k bank. However, DT in the mineral line, he just now realizes it gets 4 kills, 5. You can't fight drone, or you can't fight the DT like this with drones, man. He one-shots him 7, and he runs into the main. Is there an Overlord? I doubt it.
I don't think so. This is going to be devastating damage here. Oh, man, it's so good when Protoss do this maneuver to Zerg, right? Like, Zerg has to, against Corsair, kind of stack all of the Overlords at the natural and the 3rd just to defend them. But because of this, so much damage is going to be done to the economy here of XIaoshuai, and Zhanhun might even have the space he needs to take a 3rd base.
Yeah, I think he does for sure, and he is... Well, he may see the Mutalisk before they get across the map. It looks like that was not a Mutamorph in the main. So instead, he has no idea that there are Mutas. He did see that there was a Spire, but where are the Sayers? Did they end up dying? Not sure, but right now he seems to only have 1. That DT is hidden, and he may forget about it because the Mutas are, you know, dealing damage on the top side of the map. Oh, okay, he does find it, so it's not going to get more drone kills.
Cannon not quite morphed in the main, and only a single Corsair as well. This could be disastrous here for our Protoss player. This is 8 Muta.
Yeah, and what was 34 drones a moment ago? What's that say? Does that say 51 now?
51
I thought this was not StarCraft 2. I didn't know we had larva inject into our hatcheries, but that's so many drones for Zerg, who looked kind of down and out after that damage, but now he's recovered ridiculously well. And the 3rd base for Zhanhun still not up and running. That's a lot of drones not mining at bottom middle, though.
Oh, now they're mining, I guess. He's got to transfer some more to the main, but I'm sure he recognizes it. And yes, we see 59 drones even now for Zerg. So maybe potentially a little bit of an over drone. I'm not going to lie. I think maybe if Zhanhun moves out soon, there could be a window from this.
Yeah, I mean, if Zhanhun knew this, he may attack. But, I mean, we have full intel. He obviously doesn't know. He also doesn't know if there's lurkers. I think I would like this more if there was lurkers, yeah. But we see that the lurker upgrade's only halfway done. If XIaoshuai powered like this and had like 4 lurkers, that's a totally different story. But he's going to have lurkers momentarily. First Observer coming out, and Dragoons are being pumped out, though. And this is 7-gate production, so a lot of firepower from Protoss, and those Templars have been hanging around for a while, so they should have energy built up for possibly 2 storms each.
Yeah, they do have plenty of energy, it seems. They're going to need it because the hydro pump has begun here from XIaoshuai. This is already a lot of hydras moving across the map here. Looks like XIaoshuai trying to get into position to take a 4th base as well. Muta's still on the map. And lurker research has been completed as well, so a lot of positives here for our Zerg player.
Yep, here comes the big move out, and if you're keeping Protoss back upwards 13, 14 minutes, you're feeling pretty good as Zerg. However, the Corsairs intercept the Mutas. They get 1 Templar. Can they get a second one? The answer is no, and look, he's got the amulet, so even though there's only 3 Templars, they have triple storms available, so that's going to be non-stop lightning raining down on these Hydras and Lurkers in just a second.
Triple storm, man. That sounds broken as well. We should definitely reach out to David Kim about that one too.
Well, Blizzard, we already reached out to Blizzard like 20 years ago. You know, Storm used to one-shot Lurkers.
Oh man, I don't even remember that era, to be honest with you.
We've got a massive engagement. It doesn't look like that's that many Hydras. However, okay, well, I was gonna say, the high ground at the 3rd base looks impenetrable, but that means that the natural might be open. Remember, so many storms here. He can blanket this entire army like 5 times over. There's 1, 2 great storms. Hits the lurker also.
Flank coming in here though from XIaoshuai. Some Zergling Hydra. Oh, actually no. Just look at Bale. Looks like they're just gonna abandon their buddies here. But for some reason though, Zhanhun backing off. Looks like he's just content with kind of sitting back here, doesn't think he could continue to press into the natural. He just wants to trap this small force that XIaoshuai has sent out.
Yeah, I guess he was worried about a counterattack. I mean, his 3rd base is open. He also wanted to sync up the rest of his army. This is going to be a denied nexus. And now it is kind of an awkward position for Zhanhun because it's 15 minutes. Generally, you're mining out your main and nat at around 16 or 17. So he may be broke if he doesn't make something happen in the next minute or so. He's going to continue the push. Here he comes, round 2. Where are the observers, though? Okay, there they are in the back, but he's not moving them quick enough. He took so much damage from the Lurkers.
That was massive damage here. Yeah, this is a lot of Lurkers, but they are starting to fall. Beautiful storms coming down here from Zhanhun, and that was all pretty much the last Lurker at the natural. XIaoshuai desperately rallying in from behind. Oh man, there's just so much storm.
Oh yeah, there's way too much storm. I thought maybe that those Lurkers were going to shred the Zealots, but it's just not enough. Those Lings, maybe they could have helped, but probably not because of there simply being so much storm. Adrenaline basically just started. So if Zhanhun had waited maybe a minute or so before attacking, this could have been a completely different story, but it looks like just barely XIaoshuai may be broken, but maybe not. The goon count is dwindling.
I think he's done it.
There's too many Zealots.
Way too many Zealots. Just that constant rally, man. Really, really well played there from Zhanhun. I thought he was in a pretty bad spot early. I'm not gonna lie. Like the Ling run by was doing some pretty incredible damage. You know, he was definitely in a kind of a pickle there, but managed to kind of rally, keep it together, and had just a wonderful timing, honestly, against XIaoshuai.
Yeah, but XIaoshuai, he recovered. Oh man, after the DT, I thought XIaoshuai was in trouble, but then he was up 20 workers. He recovered so well, but I mean, it could have been too many drones, like you said. I mean, I thought his army was still decently strong, but the storms at the end, blanketing like 5 lurkers, obviously a big difference maker if he had to spread those out, but also Zhanhun took a lot of damage to them, so I think the trade was just fine. But in the end, 8-gate production, it was a 50 supply lead, and he just catapults that supply lead to a victory, and now 1 game away. And what do you pick as XIaoshuai? There's no more 2-player maps.
I mean, as a Zerg player, you got to go for something big at this point, right? Like a Vermeer. I'd like to see Vermeer or Gladiator. You know, I think those are honestly 2 excellent selections. Sylphid, not a bad map for ZVP. 973 is quite strong there. So, you know, he's got some options to choose from here, but we'll have to wait and see what XIaoshuai goes up for. Remember, this is best of 5, right? So he's got to win the next 3 games in order to move on here. His life is very much on the line.
Yeah, versus somebody of the caliber of Zhanhun. That's a tall order for him. Curious what the map is going to be. I think this was kind of an obvious choice. Sylphid, it's probably the most played map amongst the players. It's 3-player, at least it's somewhat big. It's a strong map for Zerg. So let's see, can Zhanhun do it? Close out the series and move on into the finals versus DuGu, or is XIaoshuai going to stage his comeback?
Spawning at the 12 o'clock position as the red Zerg, currently down 0-2, needs this one. It's XIaoshuai.
Been in the bottom right, 1 game away from a finals. It is Zhanhun. Now we've seen Gateway expand every game from all the Protoss players. Not a single Forge game, I don't think. Is there any reason to mix it up here on Sylphid, do you think?
I don't think so. Honestly, I would just go Gateway expand at this point. It seems that, you know, Zhanhun is getting a little bit of the better, you know, of these early game engagements, and at least the Zealots are the one thing forcing XIaoshuai to not continually drone here. But as I say that, I think we are going to see a Forge expand here.
Finally, we're going to get a different opener. The probe instantly moving across the map going to be a nuisance, and it is going to force, you know, either an overpool or a 12 pool if XIaoshuai was intending to 12 hatch. This time around, I hope Zhanhun finds the creep, because remember yesterday he first scouted Zerg and backed off too early.
And he will actually see the creep there, so he confirms, and he backs the probe out wisely. But yeah, Zerg does not know the probe is there. Oh, come on, he's got to block. Okay, he is going to block the natural.
Yeah, that was great. I was like, wait a minute, you can't just let him build the hatch now. You just scouted so fast, you got what you wanted.
Pool did go down in the main for XIaoshuai, conceding this early hatchery. So already, I gotta say, Zhanhun in a good position, and Zhanhun going with a Nexus first. What a reaction given the situation. Remember, he has not scouted in to even try to confirm pool timing. A lot of Protoss say that's actually a big no-no, but it's going to pay off here, I think.
Yeah, 12. Whoa, it was not Nexus first, so actually he is going to go Forge. So this is going to be the safe opener. I'm pretty sure he could have gotten away with the Nexus first if it was like a 12 or 13 Nexus. 14, 15 Nexus, there's no way. There would be no way to get the Nexus and then the Forge. So this is going to be more economic, or at least initial economic opener from Zhanhun, and he's going to be so annoying. He even got the first shot off, I think, onto the drone.
Wow. And does a mineral walk to delay the Zerg's next shot as well. That was kind of interesting. Nice little block there from Zhanhun. Oh, and doubling back to try to yet again deny this. Only 2 Zerglings being made from XIaoshuai, trying to make the most of his early game eco. And this could be a dead drone. He's really got to watch out here. We would like to see a pylon go down.
Did you see that moving shot through the wings? That's crazy. That's one of those games when you're playing ladder and you face somebody like this. If you didn't think they were good to begin with, you're looking at that move and you're like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
That's the test. Yeah, that was really phenomenal micro there from Zhanhun. Just based on, you know, the third base positioning, I think, yeah, I was just going to say, I think this is going to be a 973. I've been saying it the whole time about this map, and no one has done a 973 yet on any of our Sylphid ZVP games, but we finally get to see one. And it's quite strong here. The reason being, it's a very small natural for Protoss, and it's very difficult to place a lot of cannons. And when you do have to place those cannons, you know, let's say once they are down, it's very difficult to really maneuver your army from main to natural, and you end up having to like kill those off. It's just like really cluttered. It's very, you know, difficult, and every Protoss player that I talk to about this map says that's pretty much the case here.
Well, I remember when 973 was innovated by Zero, I remember a comment saying, well, if they go Stargate, they're dead. Now, I don't. That clearly can't be true nowadays, because if it was, everybody would still be doing 973. However, there's the Stargate. Zealot pokes in. He sees there's no drones. However, the hatchery did complete, or did just complete. So I'm not sure if that's really a tell right now, or if he is going to back off.
Yeah, I don't think anything Zerg has done has really been like a tell so far. He knows the third hatchery timing, and he knows that has to be a third hatchery before gas, so that's kind of an indicator, but it's not like you have to open 973 with the third hatch before gas. So, you know, he doesn't really know until you see the Hydralisks. But just the Zerg being back on the map, only posturing out with these Zerglings, it kind of shows, right? Like it's like, why you'd either have more Zerglings. Okay, now he sees a Hydralisk.
Yep, been revealed, and Hydra being produced at the third base means that this is definitely going to be a 973 move. There would be no reason that you're building Hydras at the third base. So now we need to spam those cannons. Now the real question is what type of 973 is it? Is it committed? Are we all in? Are we transitioning out of it? Is it like the 9734 that I know Zero really liked? And it's going to be tough for Zhanhun to figure it out. However, he does have that Corsair. He needs to go find out what it is, though, because you don't want to have 10 cannons if it's just 6 Hydras.
Yeah, you definitely don't. It's not looking like the most committed, honestly. I think we already have the 4th hatchery down from XIaoshuai, so this is almost like, not really a fake, but this is pressure. Like, Zhanhun has to respect it. Those cannons 100% have to be there, and XIaoshuai knows it. I thought this was going to be committed because we're seeing, like, speed into range. A lot of times when Zergs fake it, let's call it, they'll actually just go into lair. And so yeah, we're seeing XIaoshuai trying to get in here, picks off the cannon that is defending that forge, and he's at least going to try to take down this forge for his efforts.
Yep, and I did see a robo at the Nat. How did that Zealot get to the Nat? I have no idea. There's 2 of them.
There's 2
They
of
have
them.
snuck by, and look at it. Supply block for XIaoshuai, so this is going to do tons of damage.
Yeah, this is really, really painful.
No!
This is not what we want to see. No Hydras left at the natural either. So these Corsairs will have free reign to supply block once again. Zealot's still in the main. This is devastating game-ending damage. You gotta... Wow, good drone control.
He picks out both of the weakened drones. He's still supply blocked. 36 out of 28. Luckily for XIaoshuai, there's not a lot of production for Zhanhun. It's 1 gate, just a single robo. But he is so down in the dumps in terms of econ now. He's still supply blocked. It's only 5 hatch. There's no lair, so there's no spire, there's no lurkers. There's 2 drones hanging out.
They're just hanging out, man. That's what they're doing right now. They've decided, you know what? Let's just watch this game burn down at this point. Reaver, I really like the Reaver choice. I'm starting to see this more often recently. Protosses are able to recognize the timing of the 973, and that they can get the Robo and the Reaver out, not only to hold the natural, but also do counterattack damage, right? The only thing Zerg will have at this point in the game is Hydralisks. Like, that Spire is going to be significantly delayed, so it's kind of a nice little, like, meta, like, timing you can hit against Zerg players.
Well, we've got the first Reaver moving out, and unfortunately that's a drone cycle. I mean, he needs the drones, but what he really needs at this base in particular is actual units. Reaver unloads, goodbye Hydras, and that's going to be, oh no, he just instantly taps out. He knows that he can't hold it. And unfortunately for XIaoshuai, who looked so good in the winner's bracket, he's going to be eliminated by Zhanhun, who wins 3-0.
Yeah, wow. Significant, play from Zhanhun. Nice way to come back, right? Like leading into this series, it was actually XIaoshuai who won 3-0. So to have the kind of mental fortitude it takes to, swing into another victory like that, especially such a dominant victory, it needs to be noticed, honestly. With that, we're going to have Zhanhun moving up into to play DuGu in the overall grand finals. Now that is going to be an excellent match. ZVP, as much as I like seeing Zergs, I wasn't looking forward to a XIaoshuai DuGu rematch for the finals here. At least we get to see like a ZVP, which is going to be a lot of fun, honestly. I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, it should be a very exciting series. If we look at the bracket, look at DuGu's results. It's 2-0 over Mihu, 2-0 over BusTerran, 3-1 over XIaoshuai. I mean, so far this guy basically just doesn't lose, and there were positions in the ZVZ where DuGu was down, and he turned it around. So he has the ability to take a deficit and turn it into a victory. So Zhanhun, even though he wins 3-0 over XIaoshuai, if he gets into a similar position where he's kind of in a dominating position like he was, then he's going to have to be careful versus DuGu, who can definitely recover.
Yeah, he can definitely recover. We've seen not only from his ZVZ series, but prior ZVPs and like BusTerran, that he's got that incredible top-notch Buta control, which can be scary for a Protoss player. You really got to stay on top of your Corsair production, Corsair control. Make sure you got Archons mixed in with your army. It can really be a hassle for Protoss players to deal with. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that grand finals of the Asia region. It sounds like we will actually be we'll be watching this series tomorrow afternoon, PST. So I think it should be around 5 p.m. PST. I'm not sure what that is in the other Central European time zone, but 2 a.m. Central European time, I'm being told, tomorrow. So yeah, that's going to be our grand finals for the Asia region. For those of you who are looking forward to that one, you should be able to watch that series tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's going to be an exciting series, and I think that's it for us. We don't have any more games, so it's just the finals left, and we're going to crown our champion. So again, guys, thank you so much for watching. We of course have to thank our sponsors and Patreon supporters.
Yep, absolutely, guys. First off, want to thank the BSL main sponsor of this season, BSL15. That is OptiMonk. OptiMonk, thank you all so much for contributing, making BSL possible. Funding these foreign StarCraft events that we all love to watch and listen to. And then I'd also like to thank our Patreons. At the general level, we have that Star Lover once again for $100 a month. Thank you so much for your contributions, man. Thank you for allowing us to sit here and cast these excellent games from all the best players around the world. At the $50 a month level, thank you to Anthony Chen, Martin Harzmar, Striker, and Zero Sum. Thank you all so much for your donations. At the Major Plus level, $30 a month, thank you to Robert Groot, Fazardo86, Cause, and Tupacalypse. And then at the Major level, thank you to Nicholas Schuler, Christian Eddington, LML, Ling Pump, Nien Tech, and Quark. And honestly, just thank you to everyone who's been contributing to these Patreons. And if you guys would like to contribute yourselves, you can absolutely do so by heading over to the patreon.com/bombastic. You can spare it and you want to support foreign BroodWar and these competitions for our players and our casters, just head on over to the Patreon and start supporting. So with that, as Naoki said, this is going to be it for the day. Once again, tune in to the grand finals tomorrow afternoon at 2 a.m. Central European time. And that's it for us, man. Thanks again. I'm Machine, and thank you, Nyokin, for commentating alongside me. Thank you, Zero, for all the excellent work you do to prop up the BSL time and time again. Thank you all.
Yep. Thanks. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay guys, thank you very much for watching BSL and amazing Nayoken and Machine doing excellent commentary on our last day of the Asian Championships. But you need to remember that this is just the beginning of BSL, because as you can see over here, the Asian Championships is just the beginning. Now we will have the Latino America Championships starting on Monday. So they will start within like 34 and a half hours from now. And so be there. First group stage. The group stage will be casted on trovo.live/Bombastic Starleague. But there is a chance that from June we will be back full time on Twitch. But I will appreciate if you will watch Trovo for as long as you can during the May, because we are still like, maybe it will help us in future. So it will be great. And about the group draw, so it will be done the way I just confirmed it with the casters, because I wanted to be sure that my brain didn't fart it. So so this is the whiteboard. Probably this is the one you see, right? So so we will have top 1 finishers being in one basket, and top 2 finishers being in from each region, right? So as you can see, top 2 finishers from each region is going to basket number 2, top 3 finishers to basket number 3, and so on. So this is how the season finals will look like, but it will be on Twitch. We still have some time until it will start. For now, we will have the Latino America Championships from Monday, next Monday North America Championships, next Monday European Championships, and then every weekend till the end of July will be BSL season finals. Also with the extended format for the loser bracket for the third spot finishers. So definitely watch it, guys. If you like it, as our amazing caster said, you can support it on Patreon or by donating. We are still looking for sponsor for the next season. So I will appreciate if you will share the post, share this info, because we are not only looking for sponsor for BSL season 16, but we also want to organize BSL Race Championship season 2, BSL 2 versus 2 Pro League, and I would like to come back with BSL Legends show matches and BSL versus China. We can make many other events. We just need sponsors and funding. So if you guys know anyone who would like to contribute their money, which can be also used as a cost of the income in some countries. I know that in some countries you can do it. It's possible that we will do it this way. So definitely check it out, and thank you guys for watching one more time. I wanted to explain it because some people were asking on the chat. So much love, and I hope you like BSL. Definitely go and follow our fantastic casters, as well as hype every time people who are coming, because we are always thanking to Optimonk and to the Patreons, but we are keeping forgetting about Sierra, about T-Pure, Pat, and Kubobo, and all the amazing donators. So we have all the amazing donators over here. As you can see, we had yesterday we had donations from the China for $100 and $50, and as well as Mr. SC 826 donated $100, and today we have the only Bon Vakaikai $38 and Jeff $50 donation. So huge thanks for you guys. Okay, I wasn't supposed to do it, so yeah. Thank you very much, guys, and we will be in touch soon. I will play the replay of the last season of semifinals of last season, Dawid versus Zhanhun, on Trovo right now. So if you want to watch it with chat without any spoilers, you can go to trovo.live/Bombastic Starleague and it will be played there. So thank you very much, guys. Namaste, and see you next time.